Welcome back, everybody, to Lowing Day 2 here. The August 2025 edition is still sticking around. My name is still Kyung. Debbie's still very much with us here. Second round is already queued up. Yep, exactly. We got a very funny team name coming up here. I had to absolutely be sure that's the case because it's Medicine versus In This Tree Plant. I'm trying to figure out what that entails, but Debbie, this is the two teams we got here today.
This is the two teams that we have now, and I was just kind of doing a look at some of the comps, and of course, I can kind of have an idea of what they might want to bring out, but you never know what's going to happen considering some of the weapon pool. I did see some Charger, I saw some Splatling, I saw some Buckets, a couple Squeezers, and of course, both teams also have potential rollers. Different kinds of rollers. I saw funny enough, I saw 3 Dynamo stickers.
What?
Yep. And I was like, you know what? I love to see it. I have no thing there. I always like seeing what unique things someone always puts on their profile, whether they pocket it or main it, either or, just stuff you don't, see too often. Because like I said, I live off of this kind of stuff, and and it's always nice to see. And it's not like I don't hate the other weapons. Like, hey, if you have a meta weapon that you enjoy playing all the time, you enjoy playing it all the time. Go at it. And then I see the map mode, and I'm the zones robo, and I'm like, okay,
well,
this can be good. As a range player, I like this map mode, so I'm expecting to see some kind of range. Follow up with some ledge gremlins, and there are 2 ledge gremlins right there.
Yes. What? We have dueling E-leaders and dueling sloshers. Every hope that you had in the book was pretty much dashed the minute that they spawned in. Oh wait, hold on. I actually have to count the mirrors here. So we have mirror dualies, we have mirror sloshers, obviously of different skin varieties, and mirror E-leaders. The only difference is the carbon roller deco and the end zap on both these teams. This really is just mirror central here, Debbie.
It is mirror central, but I also noticed both backlines have different builds on. One has the Respawn Punisher and Tenacity, and the other one's got kind of a more standard one you use. And I'm like, okay, we want to get those wave breakers, especially if we're going to go quick. So I noticed that was the thing, and as a person who did run Tenacity for the longest time, I understand your thoughts. But looking at this right now, we had already down to 57 points for In This Tree Plant, and it looks like Medicine has been stuck on the side a little bit, but it looks like they did manage to come back out, cap the zone here, and are just trying to get some leverage from the sides here. You can see the dualies here just dancing around the bottom corner here, and we see the other dualie just in mid-range here using their Charger as protection while the other one is stuck on snipe, so not able to give as much cover fire as they would want to help the other team get in. But very nice pick there by the dualies just to get the one off the edge, because that ledge is very deadly, as we like to put it. For any kind of ledge gremlin, you go too close and anything can really hit you there. You just have to know how far it's going to hit. But I will say, the Charger on the side of In This Tree Plant isn't really worried about much right now, has only had to back up a little bit for things, but has just been maintaining his position really well, allowing In This Tree Plant to keep majority of middle, and even though they lose it a bit, it doesn't take long for them to come back, so just waiting until that pressure actually goes onto this Charger here. But I think now is that time where Medicine can go forward here and try to keep them back. But I say this, and it looks like they went too late. They had the perfect opportunity to try to go forward, and by the time the dualies tried to go forward, they got picked off, and In This Tree Plant is already trying to come back, but 2 members do go down. Charger's in a decent place here, but it looks like Medicine still, really hesitating on trying to go up and take that top corner there.
I'm actually gonna be intrigued how this is all gonna play out here, especially with this triple mirror setup, because to your point, they're not quite moving forward as much as they wanted. I think they're just opting to control the zone with their pace, not looking for those opportunities to lock out In This Tree Plant if they can help it. But I mean, hey, we ain't gonna argue with the results here, because they got the lead just like that. 2 members have gone down, so In This Tree Plant we'll be looking for the rebound. So interesting dynamic here, Debbie, with the way this is all gonna play out. How do both E-leaders, sloshers, and dualies end up using their weapons? We saw a handful of crab tanks be used right around that ledge. The E-leaders kind of being planted in place with the backline, as they should. should, and are looking for those picks to just see how they can get this all to materialize. As it looks like Plant with the carbon roller was trying to find a pick there, but it doesn't look like that's gonna land. It doesn't really matter though, Debbie, because that's gonna be a lead change here for Industry Plant. Zuka fires at Mario, and Mario's out of the crab tank, has to escape with their lives, and now Industry Plant using this one to full effect. There is a dually though from Mario that is trying to play Scourge and distract the rest of Industry Plant, but they are officially eliminated. The Trip Strikes are just gonna be too little too late on this one, and just like that, Debbie, in this Tree Plant, a back and forth battle we saw from 3 mirrors, in this Tree Plant goes out on top and they win game 1.
Wow, yeah, most of this game, I'm gonna be honest, was majority in control of is in this Tree Plant, and it just, my brain also clicked of the unintentional thing that you said of how the E-leaders were both planted. That was great. And then just the pun off of the name. I also looked in chat as someone also said it, and I'm like, now that we're saying it, it just Industry Plant.
Yep.
And it's just yeah, okay, but we'll still go with Industry. Yeah.
It just clicked for me, by the way.
Yeah, it took only an entire game before all this clicked. But going back to the game itself, I said it in the middle of the game. Industry Plant had a lot more control over mid than Medicine did, and I want to say is also they were able to keep, as you put, their E-leader planted. The E-leader on the side of Industry Plant was maintaining the primary position that you want to be in, to just cover middle and cover your teammates, and didn't seem, from when we had the view, didn't seem to have a lot of things pressuring them too much. Meanwhile, on Medicine's side, they were further back a bit, more on the snipe area, and couldn't quite get to that area where they wanted to be to help their team. They were just kind of pushed back a little bit. And then when they had those moments, Medicine seemed to hesitate a little bit. Rather than the time where they could have went up and taken control of that top corner on the elbow, they took it after when most of Industry Plant was already back. And even though they were able to retake lead there, still the same pattern happened. Industry Plant was still able to push Medicine back and just keep them off and maintain more control over middle, and just Medicine didn't really do that in return. That is just something I noticed throughout that game. So I think when it comes to Clan Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime, I'm hoping Medicine can actually pin back Industry Plant's backline in return, and just take that chance. Like, snap the fingers, go find those positions. Where do you need to keep these people out? What are they doing to you that you can do right back?
And definitely, and especially when we saw with the dynamic from that game 1 where we saw that triple mirror side, it's gonna really boil down to, well, okay, it's no longer 3 mirrors, but it may as well be 2.5 here at this point. But in that situation, you're basically playing almost the same weapons. Now your styles are gonna start matching up there, and it looked like Industry Plant knew that they could push forward after capping the zone. Medicine just opted to hover around that zone, look for that zone control, like you mentioned. So they didn't feel like they found the right opportunities to strike, and it ended up biting them because it gave Industry Plant set up again. We go to this Martin Clams map. I say 2.5 mirrors here because there's a custom E-leader on the side of Medicine, so instead of opting for that wave breaker kit, they got the Kraken readily available here. Obviously, if you remember from years ago, there used to be an infamous Crack and Cheese stratgy, which it cannot do, so you have to use it for control. But Medicine's gonna have to take a while to get that one set up because Industry Plant gets that wipe out there. Zuka takes up Pathetic there on that shot, excuse me, but now Plant's still looking around trying to find a sneaky pick there, and finds Mario. A little bit of maneuvering there, so to speak. 4 minutes left in this game so far. Debbie, not one team moving an inch quite yet.
There was the opportunity, but of course, like, it was stopped before it could have been worse. But this game, I feel so bad for the Slosher on the side of Medicine, because 2 times they've been caught out by someone on the flank or someone hiding off a ledge. And we've caught a perfect view of that. And I'm like, no, the Slosher is the intended target. Oh, but it's working out so well. Great shot, great follow-up in here. Of course, the score's down, 3 down on the side of Medicine. Industry Plant just moving right in. They think the ball missed, but then they got it back. Now that I look at it, but you can see that Medicine is trying to come around from the side. They did get a pick from the bucket. The Zuka did go out, but unfortunately didn't find a pick. Medicine able to defend this and get those picks off, even though the specials were coming through. They see this jump. They want to try to punish it. It is punished. The bomb. Nice roll there. Didn't get Mario, but was close to. Nice roll to try to get that. But you can see Medicine now taking that top spot. This is what we didn't see in the first game. They are now taking a critical area. Unfortunately, the Dualies does go down because the rest of the teammates aren't up there fully supporting it, so not able to fully control that area like they wanted. But you could see the attempt. The Dualies was there, that they wanted it, but now we see that the Charger on the side of Industry Plant back in a spot where it wants to control the side. I saw Kraken out, Wave Breakers out, making sure that nothing's underneath. Just making sure we go there. We're about to have a Charger duel, but one was unfortunately not ready for the other one. The beacons here. I forgot about the beacons. As I say, don't forget to get the bacon when these are around, because those can really put a number on a game if you aren't aware of them.
Oh, definitely, and also it was exactly right from the previous switch. The Power Clan missed. Thankfully, they were able to salvage that there. But if you had them scoring points there in your Fantasy Clans game, that's gonna be tragic. Nevertheless, that is, as you noted, Medicine able to take a critical area of the map, but just weren't able to quite move forward. My eyes are basically on the Dualies there. You kind of saw a little bit of a duel between the two Dualies there. It's gonna because I effectively feel like that is gonna be their main, the main weapon to focus on in terms of of the team being able to move forward and see how they can just get those points in. Medicine is set up for a powerful push if they can take advantage here, but they just have to find any semblance of ground here. In this map, they are losing members one by one. I think either a few cents is there to help enable it, and now Plant and the rest of the gang is trying to move forward. Medicine is pushed back by a mile. What looked like to be a really powerful push, or a powerful setup, if you will, from Medicine has kind of dwindled a bit. Yes, they gotten some trades, but in this Street Plan, they stave off a possible push from from happening. And in this Street Plan, the defense showed in spades there, Devi.
Yeah, the biggest thing here, the other thing I think that in this Tree Plant took advantage of was that Medicine had 2 power clams ready and were still towards the middle. They didn't really have anything pushing them forward there, so there were 2 players located for in this Tree Plant to lurk on. And they were able to capitalize on that rather than making the power clam closer to the basket and then getting that powerful push. But right now we see the Dualies here being chased by the Kraken. It's like, get out of here, this is my domain. And you see 3 members going back to fight 1 person. The Dualies even actually getting a trade out of it. And it looks like in return, 1 member also picking off the Carbon on the other side. Mario, you're trying to go with the crowd, but the Sniper able to get it off. Sniper getting picked off at the same time with the trade. We see the Bucket here trying to put some lineup here, but it seems like it's all one at a time. We're seeing several 1v1s here after that 3v1. And we're down to 20 seconds in this game. Medicine has not been able to score. They only have the 1 clam right now and have nothing else to back it up. It looks like they were getting the specials ready. It looks like 2 for 2 down go right now just before the cooler goes down. So they aren't going to be able to be coolered, which makes it a bit slower coming back in. But we can see that the Dualies and the Charger trying to save these jumps in. We are now into overtime, and this is where push really has to matter.
The push absolutely has to matter right now. Ivysaur is sniped out of the building there. Plant is gone, and that might be that here. Medicine can't recover the power clams as Mario's just skirmishing all over the board. Medicine was just all out of sorts there on that last minute in this Street Plan. Kind of just got them cornered in pivotal moments of this game. No ground was gained at all from that one, and just like that in this Street Plant 2-0 over Medicine, and they move on to winners semis.
Wow, that game kind of went down into the middle, and I really wanted Medicine to get that push off, but once I saw the 2 power clams, I'm like, they have to juggle. Come on, bring out your inner circus, juggle the clams, just so that they would have a little bit more of what's the word, like hideability, just not be as seen, because since those 2 members are marked and 2 like crucial members that you don't want to have fully marked, you want to be able to allow them to go around, because at the start of that game I mentioned I felt so bad for the Slosher on the side of Medicine because they weren't aware of the flank right off the start of the game and just instantly bopped, and then right as it looked like it was in this tree, Plant was about to score. Plant with the Carbon roller was right there, and that ledge wasn't checked before it went down, just thinking, it's not there. But when you have ledge demons, you really gotta be sure. that no one is right there, especially when there's a carbon. Like you never know. It's they love to give you jump scares. That's what they are, and I felt so bad. But then they redeemed themselves. The slosher was really doing a good job. This is the slosher of medicine that I'm talking about, by the way. Was doing a good job at controlling the other team's main plat area. There was a middle there where they got 2 picks there and were pushing them back, and I was like, okay, this is a really good opportunity, and just like this would be good for medicine to follow up on. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to happen because I think one member went down to another, and then strikes came out to push them back. But it was looking really good. It was a nice setup. The slosher was setting everything up there, and I'm like, good. This is the redemption. Good job, slosher.
But I mean, and that's kind of but it's also kind of alludes to is like you just had it alludes to there's a the medicine slosher right there was pretty much trying to do everything that they can with their team. I saw what medicine was trying to do on multiple occasions, but they just could not piece it all together. And it kind of showed in that last minute. Again, a lot of credit to Industry Plan just getting their defense set up. When medicine had that 2 power clans push. You saw both power clams gone out of the picture. Ivysaur then had to get the other power clam started for their group to at least get semblance of overtime, but then everybody was just kind of scrambling all across the board, kind of being thrown off by how Industry Plan, dare I say, kind of controlling the pace from that Industry Plan was doing. And in this scenario, Medicine was just a few steps back, and even though we only saw the 1 push in the game, it was the push that made it all count. And hey, that's how we saw that 2-0 there between Industry Plan and Medicine. So that's kind of where that is. On the other side of the bracket, by the way, Debbie, a tale that is old as time. The set that we're waiting on is going to Game 3, and so that we are waiting for that matchup to conclude. Debbie, this has been a very entertaining and interesting lowing out of the first 2 rounds.
There's always got to be those people that go to Game 3. I mean, don't feel bad of going to Game 3. You want to take it. You want to bring it back, especially if you fall down one. So take it back. We're not... Just give yourself that adrenaline. Push yourself forward. And of course, if you go down, don't feel too lost of morale. You still have that second chance. When you go from the winner's bracket to the loser's bracket, you still have a second chance. Make sure you use it to its full potential. Don't just give up. Because the one thing I have said to a team I've coached where they were in, it was in beta bracket. They were doing, it wasn't a beta bracket of low ink, but it was like the silver bracket. They were down and they were in the finals of a silver bracket and they were just ready to give up. And I'm like, you just worked your way through here. Why are you giving up? Why are you giving up? And I'm like, the one thing I want you to tell yourselves as you're going through this game, as soon as something looks rough, just keep on trucking. That is all I told them, and they ended up winning it.
They made it to the finals and were just ready to just toss
yeah,
it
but
just
because
like
it wasn't the gold bracket, and it was also demotivating. But it was still the finals of a bracket. Don't just let it go.
Beta bracket teams, if you're somehow listening to us here in Lowing, you didn't take Debbie's words to heart. You should be playing your set, but you should take it to heart though.
That's what I get for being a prairie Canadian with all the truckers around. And I'm like, that's just the first thing that popped into my head. I'm like, all right, this is just a thing now.
That's just what we're sticking with. Here.
But yeah, just keep on trucking through the bracket. You never know where you're gonna get.
I always get the view that even if you are in the bracket that you kind of wish you were in, is like, well, this is not the goal. But I always get the sense there's something to learn and also something to gain from playing in either the silver or beta bracket here in Lowing. I'm sure there are a handful of teams in that beta bracket that wish they were I guess you could say wished or hoped that they could perform up to standards in alpha, but I feel like those are wise words to just listen to if you're a prospective low-level team trying to playing.
But I think we're still waiting on our game 3. Of the last match here.
Yep.
We have a player with sticks, or we have a sticks player and octaves. So we will probably take a short break and we will be back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Winner Semis here in the August 2025 edition of Lowing Alpha Bracket. Still continuing on. I'm still Keon and Debbie still very much with me, probably screaming where the next Hydra player is coming from.
Look, it's rare when they show up. When they show up, great. If not, hey, it's fine. They're just hiding in the depths. But I don't think I vanished. I think I'm still here. Right?
you're very much still around. These two teams have not vanished. They're still around in the winner's side. Now, I know before we went live, I had to figure out LDE Forge is good. This pickup name, I can only guess. And I can either guess that's a last ditch effort, obviously, and then we may have a Forge Pro apologist out of that group of TK, Fox, Legendary Fire, or TR8 rather, and Red. So hey, there you go. And I'm gonna also have the PSA here. Please appreciate your Styx players here with Thou, Sam Hedgehow, Puck, Kiko, and Splat Kirby. That, as I mentioned before, we have a 6-player, or what we had mentioned before we went to break was that we have a 6-player and Octus went to a game 3. We have a 6-player came out on top on that one, so that's where we get to see both teams do it out here in winner semis. Winner goes on to winner's finals. This should be a fun one here, Debbie.
I love just the names here. It's just like announcing, we have a Styx player, and then just seeing LDE Forge is good just reminds me of a time where I had to do someone on my stream redeemed a thing, and was just like, advertise how good the Forge Pro is, and I'm like, we're gonna have fun with this today. I don't hate the Forge Pro, just to put it out there. I don't hate it. I actually like what it can do. Then again, I can say that about almost any weapon. There's things that I like that it can do. Of course, each weapon has its cons too. But I love how these two names just stand out, and I just love how we're seeing them together here. And first map mode is gonna be zones on Mahi.
Yeah, Mahi zones. Mahi zones ever since the rework from however many eons ago in Splatoon 3's life cycle has gotten some improvements. So love to see that be a lead off. But more importantly, Debbie, we're in winner semis. It's counterpicks the rest of the way here in best of 5. So obviously you want to win game 1 here in great style. And anything that could stick up to you with potential weapons we could see, assuming that their profiles are pretty accurate here, Debbie.
Well, I will be looking to see if LDE Forge is good is actually going to bring out that Forge, or if it's just going to be a hoax because it's a pocket weapon. But also there was another leader that I potentially saw with a zap, and of course there it is. There's no zap, but that E-leader is there. I did see that one and the decav, so that one is no surprise to me. But this should be interesting because they have the decav to help maintain space, they have the shot to go forward, the carbon just can hide beneath under them and follow up. But one pick already done on the side, of course not able to see what get, but my guess is possibly the leader got an early pick. But it could have been also Thou on the side. I'd like to point, I believe, if I remember correctly, doing my research, that Thou is the Styx player. So it is the shot. So for those curious, I'm pretty sure that's the one. And we do see that Forge Pro. It's not just a hoax. It's there. But right off the get-go, I do have to point out that we're already down into the 60s for points. For we have a Styx player, but 2 go down, so this could be a change, but they are going to maintain ground here. We see the Zipcaster going out with the 2 down there, going to push them back a little bit. Zone is going to be stopped at 51, but that is a solid start. But we are only a minute into this game.
We are only a minute into this game and already down to the 60s here. And Debbie, I'm sure you can agree with this notion that the map very much is different now that the water level has dropped. So the dynamics are going to be a little bit different here. Going to be curious to see if, of course, the LDE Forge is actually good, is able to keep this push going. We have a 6-player though, is going to have to be back here. They're going to have to give up this lead here. Pay attention to the Zuka that may get used. Bubble, by the way, already used on the other side of the map, I believe. So look to see if they can get value out of the Zuka. The Zuka fires on 1, and will they get the second? No. It's the Styx player versus the Forge apologist, but they got cornered. They actually get the pick on the fire, which is incredible to say the least. But 3 members have dropped. LDE Forge is good. Sure, there are 2 down, but there's only 1 member alive. That was the E-leader there, Debbie, and it looks like Fox is trying to pick off Hedgehow. Hedgehow does indeed go down. I don't think we're going to get the push here from we have a 6-player now that everybody's fiercely painting the zone. LDE Forge is good. We're going to believe you for a minute here. You win game 1 here in this best of 5.
The start was looking very good for we have a Styx player, and then the specials just didn't really go into their favor to keep them back, and just couldn't get back into control. As you could see, like there was the 1v1 duel on the side there between the decav and the pro, and usually like that could go down in a trade, but of course when the 1/ misses, the pro just finishes it off and kind of goes right then and there. But another thing also noted between the comps, that we have a Styx player, the paint on that team was going to come out a lot slower than LDE Forge is good. LDE Forge is good, had a couple extra good painters on their side to keep that zone capped for longer. But just as long as the pressure was continuously there for we have a Styx player, it would be able to hold for a good bit, as we saw at the start. But then, of course, as soon as it goes down, it's going to be really hard to get back up there. And we could see it was a challenge to get back up there. But now the question is, what could you see them using as a possible counter pick here? Now that they've seen what these teams can do. Okay.
You know what? It's right here. There you go.
It's right here.
Ship-shaped cargo code tower control. I believe, yes, this is we have a Styx player's counter pick here. Now, I always love to say anything past first checkpoint. This time you can get a lot of points in that direction. I'm curious, so Devi, if this counter pick would is advantageous with what they dish out in zones, or we have a feeling this could be something slightly different with how we have a Styx player, also known as Dao's team, is going to be dishing out here, because this is actually kind of an interesting counter pick out of the gate here in game 2.
I'm not used to people counter picking quickly, so seeing that this is a counter pick that was just right then and there, something's cooking. But the question is are they gonna cook with it? So I was thinking this too. I'm like, okay, we've got that leader, we've got the decaf. This has a good tower setup, and I could tell from even seeing it on zones. Like I could see that maybe this comp is better on another moat. So this is probably what they're gonna do, is they really want to use it for tower, because this could be a better map for them. And was the brush the same as the last time?
No, it's different.
It's like, I think it's a different brush.
It's a very different brush. It's that third kit, also known as the Comet's Octo brush here. To get those wondering what this is doing here, it's an Autobomb Kraken Octo brush here. So I'm curious to see if McFishy, out of the gate to deliver value. I'm sure the other team is also following suit with the one pick from McFishy. The immediate wipeout is there. LDE Forge is good. Is gonna have to get out a sponsor. That early wipeout should be the first checkpoint here soon. McFishy is sharking though, Devi. McFishy looking for someone to snuff out. I think they are trying to move a little bit forward, but isn't able to find the pick yet. In fact, actually went down. Sal gets a pick onto Fox. The Forge has gone down to the 6th player, and that, all things considered here, Devi, LDE Forge is good, stops the first initial push. Only the first checkpoint is cleared for we have a 6th player. LDE Forge is good, is able to get themselves back into neutral.
Oh, Bao just went a little bit ahead of the time and didn't wait for the edits charge to end, and ended up getting picked off by it rather than they got a little greedy trying to jump cancel, and just got picked off there. But you can see how we're back in middle here. But what a strong start by we have a Styx player though. This was their counter pick. They're ready to go for it there, but now we're back in the middle area. There's still a lot of time left in this game for things to happen. Oh, what a Zuka. I think that was the Zuka. I don't know what that was. I think so. But we just saw the E-leader get picked off the corner. Rest in peace. But trying to maintain this corner here. We have a Styx player trying to get back in kind of the area that they want to be here. We saw the decav did go down, followed by the shot. And even though they did pass this first checkpoint, it's good. They're still managing to maintain control here and all that. We see Red is doing a good job here. Maintaining space, just keeping an eye out, making sure paint is here. They have the cooler out and ready. They want to toss it up on that top corner there. It is unfortunately in the tower path, so it might get destroyed here momentarily, but it looks like they're going to prevent that from happening before they get it. There we go. Now it gets destroyed. But now this front corner is in the favor of LDE Forge is good. This is a pretty solid setup, because if you look, there's 3 to a wipeout now down on the side of we have a Styx player, and this is relatively similar to what happened in the first game. Now we have a Styx player needs to come back out just to control this. There's still 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. They need to be able to come back out from this potential pushback and try and get control of the area again, keep these members back. But I've noticed that the members of LDE Forge is good aren't overly pushed up. They are ticking time down on that checkpoint and weren't really going for it, so it's giving them an opportunity for we have a Styx player to move forward and reclaim space.
And that's exactly what it was there too. We have a 6th player was able to wrestle themselves back into that defensive position. That's a very interesting Zipcaster interaction there. It gets Kiko at the very least, so that is still giving LDE Forge is good a chance to still be aggressive, see if they can push, see if they can still get points. Maybe that second checkpoint there, if they're able to make that one count. But minute 45 left to go. Now this is ship-shaped tower control, and with both checkpoints already being cleared, there is still a window of opportunity for We Have a 6-player to strike back, but they gotta piece something together here. Maybe value out of the Zuka could help their cause, but it looks like the 2 Zuka shots did not find value right away. Forge and Decaf both going down, so Thal is trying to move forward here. There is still some neutral space. The Kraken's is there. Everybody was just firing at the Kraken to make sure they don't get any chance to move forward. The Kraken just only builds up a little bit of space. TK did go down, so did the Commentators Rush. It's 2 members down from We Have a 6-player here. There is a pick. It's a whole bunch of trades, but it's just the E-leader alive, and they're gonna have to escape with their lives there. LDE Forge is good, is able to hold the defensive setup very well. 57 seconds left to go here, Debbie, and LDE Forge is good with the 2 down. We'll be able to make another push.
What a choice of picks from this Forge. I'm not sure if you caught that, but they went past the jump in to try to pick off that leader, then quickly turned to get the jump in at like the perfect time, and then went back going forward and just held it. And it was just like, bravo to the Forge for maintaining that and knowing the timing and priority of what to actually get there. That was good, but now we're down to 30 seconds. We Have a 6-player is kind of stuck right now. I can see that their decav is getting picked off first a good amount of the times, followed by the brush, and they both need to work together at this moment in time, but right now we're going to a 2-person down kind of stagger area. The only thing that get them was the Zuka, but the Zuka gets picked off. You see the decav's trying to do something from the side, but now we're trying to make hero plays, and that is not the thing we needed during the last 30 seconds here. We needed to be able to pick them off effectively and go back in, of course, with that Booyah Bomb, ready to just make sure as you have backup tower insurance, which is the key player that had to be picked off towards the end. But it was just kind of a rush and a panic towards the end there for We Have a 6-player. And even though they looked so strong at the start of that game, and same thing with the Mahi game, they have a really good early game, like outgo burst, and then can hold them back and go get a lot of points. But then it seems like when it comes to mid to late game, they can't get it back. They can't get that pushback. They can't extend their lead. They really struggle trying to get there. Well, LDE Forge is good, just kind of takes their time and takes those moments to go and get there. It was just that one point in time where LDE Forge is good actually let We Have a 6-player come back to stop them from their push. So both of them seem to have some checkpoint 2 things there.
It's exactly something that I think not many people would have noticed right away, was the strong early push, but then you gotta piece it all together into mid to late game when things can get hotly contested. And certainly maybe with Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz, that's their next opportunity here, but it's just something that is a little interesting that we gotta keep an eye on, because it's the same early start that we saw from that Mahi Zones game and that Shift Shake Tower Control game, where, hey, you got that immediate wipeout, we're able to make this push happen, and then things just fall off the seams there. LDE Forge is able to get themselves back on track, and they're like, okay, we're not too phased by the early start, we can still regain some ground, and it continues to show in spades. The thing I was going to note, though, was this was Shift Shake Tower Control. You can go from first to second checkpoint really quickly, but in this situation, it just didn't materialize where We Have a 6-player. So now they're like, okay, we lost that first counter pick. This is our second and last possible counter pick, because if they were to win the next 2, it's now LDE Forge is Good's territory for counter picks here. So they got to make this one count. Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz is going to be interesting here, because you obviously can't get early bursts to start the game unless you get a wipeout, but you have to be able to control, Debbie, all 3 facets of the game, early, mid to late. So I'm gonna be curious to see what We Have a 6-player dishes out here. About to queue into the weapons. I'll get you started here in just a few moments. It looks like it will be no changes here from LDE Forge is good. Other side, there are plenty of changes. Tri-Slosher Nouveau and the Vanilla Roller is coming out from We Have a 6-player here, Debbie.
I hope the Clan Blitz guy is in chat. We've got Tri-Slosher and a Roller, 2 weapons that can work well off each other, but of course, sacrifice for extra range and potential paint, as the main painter on that team is going to mainly be that shot for We Have a 6-player. So I'm hoping that they can keep up paint control for it, but already right off the get-go, it looks like that is already having a hard time. You can see we have a Styx player, Pops Cooler, but they are stuck on their side as LDE Forge is good, has that leader in place, has that range from that sword pushing back, along with the pro. There's so much mid-range here. So we have a Styx player, really need to find those angles to get through, but already LDE Forge is good. It just goes in and your advantage and scoring already. Don't get too much off of it, so it's not a full worrisome thing, not a full-on push. There was a score, but this could happen throughout here because you've got several range weapons pushing back, a lot of short range. So we have a Styx player really need to use these specials to get them situated, especially leading off with that Zuka.
What's actually really fascinating here is just it's always been that struggle from that mid to late game here, and you're knowing there is just get any semblance of control that you can, especially with now the 2 weapon changes here. You have a bubble, you have a cooler, sure. There's also a lot of paint output, by the way, from LDE Forge is good. It feels like in every game that we saw, there's a lot of paint, there's a lot of map control from LDE Forge is good. Whether it's from the Booyah, maybe it's from the shot and the heavy edit, it is just so much paint that we have a Styx player has to just wrestle through. And then they're also just constantly losing fights, so the more fights you're gonna lose, you're gonna give up so much ground. LDE Forge is good. Yes, it's not a strong push out of the gate, but we may have an even stronger push if they continue to relent. TK going down might help. We have a Styx player's defense we have a Styx player's defense. We're getting set up. Now the question is for LDE Forge is good. Are they able to get this materialized? Maybe the roller going down is gonna help. The second member drops. This could be a big push coming up here, Debbie.
Oh, there was a pinch play that was trying to happen between the 2 front lines there, and the specials were going out, getting ready to go. You could see that LDE Forge was good, was actually painting to prep for those specials to push. They started with the Booyah Bomb, let off with the next one, and kept going there. And then as they were doing that, the pinch happened. They were already caught out. They were already seen. The entirety of LDE Forge is good was able to just collapse on both those 2 players, leaving them down, giving them more space to go forward and get that second push. These 2 frontliners are down again on the side of we have a Styx player, and they are just not finding any space whatsoever to get through. There's nothing that they can do with the map control and whatnot to just get by. They really have to try to find something here. The Zuka's not able to find something. Unfortunately, we see the roller going down on the edge. I think the Tri-Slosher is trying to put up some kind of pressure on that platform, but is going to get flushed out by the Booyah Bomb. And you can see how just the members of LDE Forge is good. They're in a nice kind of semicircle kind of formation here, and they're not extending it. They know that they have the range, and they're just ready to go for here. That is a nice pick off by the sniper there, trying to help get advantage, but it's still 1 for 1. Now 2 going down there, and just LDE Forge is good. Even though they're backed up into a corner here, they're not afraid. They're just holding it, and then they'll go forward as soon as they push them back a little bit.
Most certainly, and for LDE Forge is good. It feels like a lot throughout this entire set here, Debbie. They haven't seemed too phased at all with what we have a 6-player just now. And again, we have a 6-player. I just saw 3 members. 2 members are already trying to move up, trying to look for players, but there's so much teal paint on the floor that with the LDE Force is good. It's just able to just able to waltz through them. Another push has occurred here, and it is getting them out of the penalty points. 33 points remaining. Yes, you are 2 down, but that's still a huge win for this push. And now for we have a 6-player on a huge deficit coming in here around the 50 seconds left. And now Hedgehog just trying to make something happen here. They're trying to swim past this teal lane, trying to look for value here, but it realizes they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're gonna have to jump back to safety here. So for we have a 6-player, they don't mind that the paint is down the floor. They're just trying to look for picks there and then see if they can build the paint off of it. The problem is that they just can't get them to materialize. Fire gets a 2-for-1 trade. 27 seconds left to go. The bubble is going to be used. 2 members have gone down. This is looking to be a slow march to the finish line here for LDE Forge. It's good. They just got to clean up everybody else right now, as Hedgehog is just trying to get any chance to get any ground gain for we have a 6-player, but it doesn't look to be there. The 10 seconds left, we are at least going to see overtime here from we have a 6-player, but will they able to push forward and get something to work? The Booyah Bomb is able to take out the E-leader. That's the Kiko going down. The roller has also dropped Thou with the Zukas. Any chance that they got, the answer doesn't seem to be there. The wipeout is just the cherry on top to an excellent game 3 here. Debbie, LDE Forge is good. Sweeps, we have a 6-player. They're going to be moving on here to winners finals here after this overtime timer kicks down, and there's a little party here back at base. We have a 6-player just realized they just got to resign their fate and make the run back in losers.
That was definitely the fate there, but that map just outright there, just the comps basically said it to themselves. Like, you could see what we have a 6-player wanted. I made a note how they bursted off the beginning, right off the get-go, and I'm like, okay, I could see them, like, you know, taking all of the space, possibly, and just going to get that first initial push right off the get-go because they're being fast with it. But that map is also really open. You can be seen easily where you're going, and it can be caught out there, which the range of LDE Forge is good as there. I could see that you had a potential rushdown, which they wanted, and get set up and go there, because you initially want to go down, get those picks, get set up, get that bubble set down in their base, and just hold them out with all these ledge weapons. But when it comes to the neutral game and just holding space, the composite did not have any real answer to what LDE Forge is good had. And you could see, like, they attempted to make a pinch play in the middle, but they were just too easily seen by the entirety of the other team. And it's just, okay, this person, we could go here. We can just target that person out. Okay, now we can get this person. Even if that flank, I think it was from the shot, they did pick off the roller, and then it was the shot that came around, got one pick, it still wouldn't have made much of a difference, because the rest of the team would have just been lined up there and could hold back with what they had. And it was just, you could see what they wanted to set up, but considering what they were up against, just had no answers to it.
It was just some people could say it was a competitive. It was just so much pain. I feel like Debbie, I think they've gone 3 maps, so much pain from LDE Forge is good, and I think we have a 6-player in multiple occasions we saw. We're trying to just look for any stuff to get past the amount of paint that they were dishing out. They're like, all right, we're getting out painted. We just gotta find something, any semblance of picks. And then it's just LDE Forge is good. They're just a few steps ahead every time, and it just could not get themselves to materialize. And that counter pick was a little interesting there, Dev, because, like, it's clan blitz. You're not gonna get those. You're not gonna get that early push and then continue to sustain the momentum. What I've noticed, like, in early mid to late game, early mid and late, all 3 facets, you gotta be able to get that control there. And well, it just didn't work out. A 3-0 sweep for LDE Forge is good. Which, by the way, I want to put the edification here. The Forge player TRA did actually have an LDE, so the team name is legitimate here. We gotta get that. You just gotta get that out of the way. There, Kittens and Industry Plan is in a 2-1 set right now. They're winner of that one, by the way, will be taking on this LDE Forge is good, which just has a strong set of players right now.
Yep, and it's just a very, how do I put it? It's got like a lot more mid-range focus, and I don't know too much about. I know people know more about Kittens than I do, but just considering from what we've seen, that it's just by the score itself, looks like it's a solid matchup here, and just knowing what we have before, and just whoever's going to come up and face LDE Forge is good, is going to we'll have to be aware of what they have. It's just kind of all important of, you know, figuring out what the other team has. Usually, like, the first game tells you what you need to know, but there's always that surprise. And it's kind of like how this counter pick of Clan Blitz Barnacle went. Like, it was a quick counter pick for starters, and then they came up with another different comp. So I'm like, maybe this is something that we have a Styx player had thought about beforehand and was just ready to go and be like, okay, we've done this before, we can make it happen here. But then kind of forgot about what the other team's comp really consists of. That can put like an absolute thing. So if your initial strategy right off the gate just goes down, what do you do? And just, you really have to make sure you know how to tackle it on all things. It's still great that they have it, like, you know, thought out, ready to go, and be like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. This is a game plan, and then it's just like, ... Now what? Wait, we need an answer. Hold on. Maybe we should. Hold on. But
I feel like that might be a small lesson in counter picks, though, too, at the same time.
A little bit. It's so much mind gaming. It's just brain chess.
It's why I absolutely love counter picks in this situation. It's like, how do we deal with the enemy team that they dish out? And the unfortunate part is last ditch effort Forge is good. Actually, I think dished out the exact same comp in games 2 and 3. I gotta look back at game 1, but Yeah, but yeah, no, it was just the same. I'm like, well, okay,
I think so, yeah.
we can just run it back. We can just run it back. So, so it looks like Winners Finals is going to be coming up here in just a few moments, as we noted before. We're waiting on that set to wrap up. It's right now 2-1 in favor of In This Tree Plant, which is going to live rent free in my head here, to say the least. So I think Debbie, we could take a break. We're still waiting to see if we're sticking around. Otherwise, we may have a swap coming up here. But either way, if you don't hear us after this, well, you got your next set of comps. So we'll be right back here in just a few moments. We're gonna wait for that other set to wrap up. So don't go anywhere. Winner Smiles will be coming up after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to Winners Finals here in Lowing Day 2 of August 2025. I'm still very much Keon. It's still very much Debbie with me. 3 things to bring up with you before we get you guys to get up Winners Finals. Number 1, every team left in Alpha Brackets has lost a set. We are not gonna have a team with an undefeated run coming into Grands, let alone Winners Finals at this point. Second, in this street plan, won a nail biter 3-2, and we absolutely mean nail biter. We wish you guys could have seen it. It was a 3-2, came down to the wire for that one, and in this street plan is going to be riding off that momentum here. And 3, Debbie, we have a winners finals matchup in this street plan, which we just covered earlier in winners round 2 against the last ditch effort Forge is good, which again we will confirm there is a last ditch effort Forge. Debbie, in this street plan is going to be coming off the high, and LD Forge is good is coming off of a dominant victory. 3-0 team off of a 3-0, team off of a 3-2. I feel like everything writes itself here in the winners finals.
I'm just saying they better be ready. I'm glad that people, at least like one person for most teams that can stream their POVs do, because we got the perspective from industry plant, and yeah, Keon's not exaggerating. That was a nail bite of a game 5, and I'm like, yep. I didn't even commentate the game. I was kind of like commentating it in my head, and I have an adrenaline rush just from watching it. And I'm like, I am so ready to go into this next set to go, and I'm like, if I'm feeling it, you can only imagine what Industry Plant is feeling getting ready to go into this match. So
it's all the adrenaline that it's all the adrenaline we remember from a few years ago.
Oh my god, I know. Where you were just kind of like down on the desk, and I'm like, it's okay, we'll live, I think.
We got it. Don't worry. That's our winners finals matchup. Mako zones. It feels like it's a tale of all this time. Just to get you guys up to the speed. LD Forge is gonna be on the Bravo side. Industry Plant is on Alpha. None of us are gonna be surprised by the weapons if you've tuned in so far today. Both Industry Plant, you got a very dominant team, Square Machine team with Plant and Big Noob headlining the front. On the other side of LD Forge, it's good. If you're tuning in right now, paint control was the big thing they did in 3-0. A lot of map control, but they lost 3 right out of the gate here. Debbie already less than 30 seconds in, despite the first punch there from LD Forge is good. In this tree, Plant is moving up with abandonment until the 2 down has kicked in.
Yeah, it looks like we could see that the comp that they were running before in earlier of the stream is going to be the same that they're running now from both teams. And yeah, quick 3 down from on the side of LDE Forge is good from Industry Plant, and we can see that they just had a bit of struggle trying to go around, but then they were able to find Plant and get back towards middle here, and we're going to see a lot of back and forth just as a matter of time as LDE Forge is good, able to go back forward here, but you can see they're not extending too far here. They're well aware that there's probably a carbon nearby, and there it was, trying to get the Zuka out, able to pick that off. 2 members now down, 3 now down on the side of LDE Forge is good, and what looked like was going to be a counterplay ended up reversing right back at them. And in this tree Plant now looking to claim zone, which they have tri-strikes at the ready. Their dualies are down, but it looks like LDE Forge is good, really wants to reclaim the stack. I love that follow-up by Plant there. It looks like push off in the corner. All right, you are now a Shark Tank, and Plant is that shark just going to chomp on them.
This is such a stylistic difference from everything that we saw here, and I think we're all for this one. It's like crazy Absolutely. Back and forth here in Mako's zones. Not one team with an edge so far, even with the quick start with less than 30 seconds into the matchup. You kinda got to see LD Forge is good. Hold on, there's Fox here. That's a triple right away. We saw them take full advantage of their Forge Pro. Maybe they are telling us something about this Forge Pro. That 3 down and the blue bomb thrown into the left-hand side. They pushed in this tree Plant back, and now they're gonna have to get themselves reset. The Crab Tank is online, which they're gonna pop right away. Red, by the way, did go down on an earlier play there. TK is the only one with a zip caster. If they can find any semblance of value here. Zone stuck in neutral. Zuka being used by Fire. Fire not able to find one other than Big Noob there on the dualies. That's in this tree Plant. That could have gone so much worse there, Debbie, but it's now 31 points remain and change out of the penalty points. LD Forge is good, is gonna get the zones back here in quick succession.
Oh, I just watched that fight in the corner on the ramp between the sword and the slosher, and the sword just narrowly escaping the slosher and then using their advantage to get back up and win that fight to go back in with their team to middle there, which was a good fight. Just, oh, jeez. Charger just narrowly escaping the Zuka shot there, trying to find it. But right now, penalty is almost out for LDE Forge is good. It looks like they did manage to pick up the edit, but 2 members go down in return on the side of In This Tree Plant. Looks like Plant was trying to go forward. The Zipcaster is out. Was trying to push the Charger back a little bit. They are trying to just keep them out of the way because they know the Charger can be a threat there. But it looks like we're down to the last 10 ticks. In This Tree Plant needs to get those picks there. Got that good pick on the zone, but now they need to paint to cover it, but cannot out-paint.
Dude, that is almost the story of almost all orange paint. Look, just non-stop orange paint from LDE Forge is good. Game 1 goes to LDE Forge is good. I don't know where my brain went there with the sentence, but that kind of just tells you that this was a back and forth from the very start. I think Trade or TRA pretty much kind of got that triple, and then they just never looked back. Yes, you only lose the zone for about a few quick moments. Didn't phase them all too much. And again, you have to be able to control just the massive amount of paint that LDE Forge is good was just dishing out. And that is game 1 here in Winners Finals. Now game 2 in this tree plant, in the counter pick scenario, in this tree plant, all as they had to deal with in Winners Semis, had to go all 5. They had to use some counter picks of their own. Now it's their time to figure out how do you deal with LDE Forge is good in game 2.
This is kind of a tough one because just from even seeing before, both of these teams can really dominate on most of the modes. It's really, which one does these teams know that they might have an upper edge on, even if like, some of them are just pickups, but have they discussed it beforehand? Are they aware? What are they putting into the aspects here? If anything, In This Tree Plant wants a map that they can really get plants situated with that carbon. So something with a lot of terrain, somewhere where they can hide and go forward. Anything like that, but they also do have to remember, like, LDE Forge is good, has a lot of paint coverage, and even just at the end there, it was just the edit versus the world towards the end on that zone there. It was just, the edit had the charge at the perfect time at the end of that Splat Zones game, because I just saw them just spraying and just being the Splatling sprinkler that you can be to paint that zone. It was just enough to hold it before the rest of the members could come in and just outpaint it, and I'm just like, yep, okay, they got the paint down. So what could they go for here? And I was just like, okay, maybe, I was just about to say maybe tower control. And there it is, we're going to get the other classic of tower control Inkblot Art Academy. This does, in fact, suit what Plant wants, I believe.
Stop me if you heard this before, Debbie. All roads leads to Inkblot Art Academy tower control somewhere along
Oh, you're
the
fine.
line.
I've been here for how long in this scene?
Exactly. Exactly. Inkblot Art Academy tower control is counterpicked for game number 2 to start. And honestly, truthfully, unironically, it probably would make a lot of sense here. You do have to keep in mind, though, LDE Forge is likely going to be having a GG Booyah at the ready, so you're going to have a strong start, I would say, or even a strong enough lead to prevent the GG Booyah from pretty much dooming you if you have to get to that point. So I'm curious, Debbie, if what we saw from Industry Plane, especially in round 2 and now, if this would benefit them heavily.
As long as they know what they have to target. So it is known that there is a GG Booyah at play. The other thing to know is, like, just can they maintain control? Can they keep Plant set up to where they want? Because there's a lot of ledges here where Plant can do a lot of damage. And Carbons can hit a lot further than you think sometimes. I speak from experience. So this would be a great opportunity to just be able to get that situated, make sure they get their specials to go forward, and I can see this map working out quite well for them. So even towards the end, if they need to make sure that they lock out that Booyah, make sure that they target down that Booyah bomb and just get that out of the way. But we see that the comps are pretty much the same, and they are going to go right at it with one pick already down on the side of LDE Forge is good.
Yeah. This opening start, especially with the weapons being the exact same, and almost the trade-off here is gonna start to matter the most. Red's able to take out Never Lucky here, and LDE Forge is good. The one thing you don't want to have to deal with if you're on Industry Plant is allowing LDE Forge is good to assert total control of the map. So this is just something that they're gonna have to just keep in mind right now, especially in this Inkblot TC map coming up here. Plant just Shark, and everybody's kind of just playing this one a little patiently. I don't blame them right now. Now Plant trying to move forward. Here comes the jump onto Fox. TR8 there, and now we get to see Plant. They are distracting TK there. Red has also dropped on the other side. This could be a really good start right now for Industry Plant. Now 2 members moving forward. Plant Never Lucky already moving up, and TR8 the Forge Pro has gone down, and it will be. They're actually going to be going off the tower just a bit here. Plant using the Zuka, see if they can find value. It doesn't look like they will be able to quite yet. TK is trying to go from the back. Trying to approach from the back there, and TK may have stalled him out for just a bit. This tower is going to reset to neutral, Debbie. At the very least, they only clear the first checkpoint, but it's 62 points cashed in on that push.
Oh, that starting play to start that potential push was amazing. The Slosher acting as bait for the Carbon, and the Carbon just able to come back around and pops the one on the side, and that push started. Of course, not like the biggest push that we've seen right off the get-go, because as we can see, LDE Forge is good, is responding quite well with their own push intact, able to pick off the Carbon and the Bucket. It looks like that it has been stopped, though, as 3 go down. You can see that there was the response. Does go down, and now we're back in a neutral play, just looking to see who is left. I think they're aware that somebody's left, and they just have to find them. I think Plant just spotted them in the corner there, spotted Fox going back down, but 2 just go down in the corner there. I don't know what happened, but 2 just went down in the corner. All of a sudden, now it's delayed 3, and now we have a fight from the Slosher getting there. I think that Slosher just cleaned house. I don't know what happened, but the Slosher was present with another, and just gone.
Slosher had other ideas. The 2 down also threw us off. That was a save there from Lucky, but they're gonna have to pull this exact same thing a couple more times. TK now right there. Oh, TK makes the immediate zip and is cut short by Plant. I like the idea that TK was doing, but Plant was just all over that one. And then now, but Fire is there with the Zuka. Nobody can. It is a struggle bus to get to the second checkpoint for both teams, as it looks like 4 members up. Make that 3 members up for Industry Plant. Red is having to push back a bit. This tower remains in neutral for a little bit more. It feels like on multiple occasions, LDE Forge is good, has an opportunity to break through. They just don't seem to get it quite yet. Until maybe now, as it looks like Plant and the Duelists from there, they're going down. 2 members also down from LDE Forge is good. This has been a back and forth battle in terms of fights. Nobody really gaining ground. Not even the second checkpoint's been breached here, Debbie.
No, it's still been just a battle in the middle here, and there's always been some kind of follow-up from both teams. Now we see LDE Forge as good as down at 3. We see the Dualies going up, trying to get this pick on Red.
Huge.
Is able to get it with help up there. It does go down in return, but this push is now going in the favor of Industry Plant. We can see members from both teams going down side by side. The Charger being the last one alive, trying to hold it there. Jump is going to come in from the Dualies. It looks like they're just trying to hold this corner. They are getting picks from it. Back and forth go down. It looks like that they do have to back up a little bit. The Bucket's in play here, the Carbon's in play here, but it looks like the one gets picked up from the corner, is traded. Just the Slosher was the left alive there, but Slosher holding ground is about to just get absolutely tag teamed. But they go down, but so does the other member that tried to help from LDE Forge is good. And what could have turned into an absolute disaster ended up actually working out not too bad. But we're in the last minute of play. LDE Forge is good, is trying to push up, going in a little too early. Just all the members were up there ready for it, saw the rail painted, had all the range to block it. Red here trying to hold the tower. They do have Cooler up. Plant is right around this corner. You can see the teammate from Industry Plant ready to go. It looks like Zuka did pick off the Slosher there, and it looks like, look at that combo. Just one, Fox is trying to go up the rail and the ramp in the 2 most vulnerable places with nothing else, and 2 just collapse on them.
2 definitely collapse onto them, and it's coming down to these big plays here in the last 18 seconds. We got a lot to talk here after this one, but let's see how this plays out. 15 seconds left to go on the clock. Industry Plant goes 2 down. No, the second checkpoint is not going to get cleared here. TK's time to shine to allow this team to happen here. Asafi is having to escape with their lives. They're actually the only one that's up right now because the rest of Industry Plant cleaned house with TK trying to play the aggressor, and then they are officially cut down. That is a delayed wipe and the cherry on top to game 2. Industry Plant, great counter break, great rebound. They win game 2 in this set. And I gotta give props here. They were able to snuff out TRA in what was a battle moving far ahead. How about Never Lucky on the Slosher staying alive? And it took the entire LDE Forge is good to take him down, and that is just the amount of time that they had to invest to just take out Never Lucky.
I think the Bucket Never Lucky needs a name change. Because, oh my goodness, just or that's just reverse psychology. But my goodness, never lucky. Again, I don't know what happened in that first double that we saw that threw us off. It was like right on the corner of the screen. You saw two down. It almost looked like it could have been from a bomb. Yeah. And just weren't ready. But oh my goodness, it was just there. That happened, and then just surviving in there, and even a teammate coming to help. Like I think they were getting 3v1'd at one point under the ledge. But hitting down under that ledge is so difficult. And then just able to live, gets one pick. They do get picked off by the edit, but then whoever was in behind also tried to pick off Never Lucky. Got picked off themselves by somebody else. And I was like, oh my goodness, how are you alive, friend, for that long? But you did good. That was crazy. But also going in towards that last push, we didn't see what happened around the tower. We just saw the Zipcaster absolutely hunting down a charger. And all of a sudden, the entirety goes down. You pointed out that it was only the sword that was left alive, and it's just like, oh my goodness, just it was there. But just even from the get-go, it was ready to go. Like the Slosher sure got picked off by Azuka, but even just the formation, they were ready to go, and it was just ready. Just anything could have happened, and then it seemed they were ready to defend that though. But look at this! Look at this pick. Where in the world is the Clam Blitz guy? This is the second one.
LDE Forge is good. Is just trying to honor Clam Blitz, our resident Clam Blitz fan, with this one. But yeah, no, exactly to your point. Just it's also the worst place to be if you are the Stamper TK. Just seeing your, just saying, hey, I'm gonna try to make a play happen. Then just the entire team just gone down right before their very eyes. And Ace, and also Asafi, I believe, or Asa staying alive, I believe, at the tail end. Or even if they did go down, the game was basically over at that point. So Asafi basically held their own and just spent a lot of time just getting TK to focus on them. It really much just sealed the fate there for Industry Plan to take the dub in Game 2. Game 3 is Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz. Now, this is a counter pick from LDE Forge is good. I believe if you remember from the last set we just did, that was a counter pick from the Styx player team, and that just tremendously blew up. So now here comes possibly a fantastic counter pick here from LDE Forge is good, and this is just, I think this is just gonna be the name of the game for all 5 games if we get to this point here, Devi. Both teams just gonna dish out the same weapons. So here we go. We entered Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz in Game 3, Devi.
It's what they know well, it's what they want, and you can see that this pick here, and it makes it just with the counter pick, it's what they want, an open map to see the flanks. They want to be able to make sure that Carbon cannot get set up. They want to make sure that Asa can see everything the best that they can, have lots of space, and protect teammates here, or well, I guess other way around, but they edit to hold space, but they have to get around. They do have to watch for Asa though, because with this team, like the Charger can hold space here. I had the wrong sides, but look at where we're going here. Plant going up forward, and I think right now just the opening here, getting those couple picks there, and you can see the patience. This is something that we didn't see earlier, that the patience was here, and getting ready to go from the other team. I am absolutely just focused in on what's going on. We have the first score here and 2 down on the side of LDE Forge is good.
Yeah, I think I can get you going here while the focus is there, because that's the first cash in from Industry Plan. Yes, they did go 3 down, but they got the push that they needed from the get-go. It looks like Benji actually still very much still alive at the very least, but I believe they're gonna have nowhere to go, so they're pretty much cornered and they're pretty much gone. That's a strong push right out of the gate there from Industry Plan. Now you got TK trying to use the Zipcast to see if they can get a counter push started. Doesn't look like it's there, but it is just enough time to get LDE Forge good to take the 3 members down around them. Now it's just Asa, who's the only one left alive. All eyes from TRA there. If we're gonna try to throw the beam onto Asa's direction, Asa just has to swim away. Now LDE Forge is good, has the room they need to work with. The power claim is gonna get jumped for 24 small clams total in the hold, or in their clam economy. And now for TK and the gang, the question is, LDE Forge is good. What will it take for them to move forward? I imagine either a Zuka pick or a Buoy Bomb is gonna do just that. Industry Plan just trying to look for the opportunity to strike. TK has that special ready to go if they want to use it. They're pushed a little bit backwards right now, but there goes Never Lucky. But this is kind of a slow push to say the least here, Debbie.
It's slow, but they're maintaining space. They're waiting for things to finish off, and unfortunately the Zipcaster getting picked off there. You can see teammates trying to rush for the clam. It looks like it ended up working out quite well, as Asa was the only one left alive. and just it kind of went back there. They get down to 40. The lead is able to be claimed here, and just everything is happening back in middle. This one's so much more fast-paced than what we've had today, in all honesty. And it's just rushing. Like, teams know that they have to get this all done. They have to maintain control, because if they lose it, who knows if they're going to get back to where they want to be.
That's a very fair point there, and exactly to your note. It kind of felt like we saw just a struggle between both teams going right at it, and we just saw quick, basically huge bursts, pushes here, from both teams so far. 53 points made, were basically 47 points cashed in, and then you got the 60 there from the 3 power claims that LDE Forge is good had. And to your point, just holding the space, even if it was slow, that's what they needed to do here. So for Industry Plant, again, still plenty of time left on the clock. They were winning fights before. Fire was just stuck between a rock and a hard place with those with the well-placed trip strikes. So now this is gonna get Industry Plant to move just a bit forward there. They did lose their skirmisher. They did lose Plant. Plant was eliminated. They likely will have to retreat here. Debbie, a minute and 20 seconds left to go on the clock. They're gonna have to get themselves set up again for a better push coming up here. And LDE Forge is good, does not want any of that.
They do not. You can see the wave breaker was popped just to try to see where everybody is at, and just so that they can try to move forward. Plant getting picked off in the end, just not quite able to finish off the sword, even though that's what they wanted, but the men are still moving in. It looks like the leader there was trying to jump the gun, trying to get the score in just so that they could turn everybody around, but it was still a little bit early. Like, there's still time left on this clock. There's still a minute left, and right now that the push that they had is completely destroyed, and that is the main push that they needed to be able to.
I was gonna say, because the dualies was there to get the skirmish, and I was like, wait a minute, did they get the pick? And well, that's all it was. And I think Debbie, you're finally back, if I'm not mistaken. Thinking there, it took you a bit, but it looks like for right now, LDE Forge is good. It's still pretty much trying to move forward. They basically have 2 power clans readily available, and it looks like it's just the dualies that's pretty much gone down. Fire has dropped. Or excuse me, Fire has dropped, has assisted on the drop here. Now it's only 12 seconds left to go on the clock. Time very much not on the side here for Industry Plant. Now this is total pain control. Things are about to go down in a hurry here. 2 members gone down. And I think this push here is gonna be it. No, it doesn't look like it. But the problem is the free claim they had back at base was used in an earlier push and is pretty much gone. So there's no overtime to speak. And that is game 3 going on to LDE Forge. Is good. They're 1 win away from making it to Grands.
Oh, I didn't even catch that one either with the pity clam. When you mentioned that, I was like, no, not the emergency resource. It's like ending there. Yeah, no. Industry Plant had their push that they needed to end the game. It was set there. It was ready to roll. But it just caught out there by one member going in, getting caught out, and then you could. Charger wanted to follow up even anyways, no matter what, and then that picked that down, and everything was downhill from there. And then you can see like just the boost that LDE Forge is good had from that. It was pyramid control, pure just getting the picks of any corner whatsoever. Even if it was a corner they didn't even have to into. They did not want Industry Plant to even have an inch of space, and just made it so they couldn't do anything. And in the end, they were the ones that almost scored at the end, just to have some extra salt in the wound.
just wanted to close the door on any chances of Industry
Pretty
Plant.
much.
Yeah, and here's the more unfortunate part. I'm sure LDE Forge is good. Didn't really need to go for the push. It was just because it was no power clan from Industry Plant at the tail end of it, and I had to actually take a second glance. About 15 seconds left on the clock and realized, wait, they don't have the free clan back at base. This might be it. And surely enough, that's what ended up happening. And then you kind of saw the scramble from Industry Plant, just trying to make something happen. And you needed the power clan to get OT at the very end. Just did not work out. And now Industry Plant is gonna be making their counterpick. This is effectively the last possible counterpick to force a Game 5 situation here in Winners Finals. I mean, this particular Game 3, Debbie, was so different from the first 2 games, with everybody just trying to make plays happen.
It was a crazy bit of it, and it's like my brain just had to like wake up, and I'm just like, okay, we're gotta get in the zone here, and all of a sudden I'm backwards and everywhere. It's like, what's going on? This is definitely interesting. This pick, just seeing this, I'm like, But if you remember. This is the map that they had Game 5.
Wait?
No, it wasn't. Never mind. We were been tricked. I was like, hold on. That's not
But
it.
you can talk about that
It's
too.
still splat zones. But anywho, the game 5 that in this tree plant had going through it, getting up here, was zones Hagglefish. But I'm seeing it and I'm like, really? This is their pick here? What? This one now makes a little more sense because there's more ledges for plant.
There you
go. But it still wonders with zones. I was like, okay, they'll probably go with zones for the safer pick, but I was like, we still gotta remember that LDE Forge is good, has solid paint control. And we've seen it still throughout the thing. So they're really going to try to, I think they're gonna bait a bunch of people down on the ledges and try to capitalize on that and then push forward. I can see that this is probably what in this tree plant wants. Are they gonna do that? Who knows? We'll find out.
We'll find out from minute one of this game for sure. So it looks like we are gonna lose TK right out of the gate there, and it looks like this might just be enough pain for Industry Plant to get the push started there. I think you're right. It's like, wait a minute, this is a game 5, and they had to use overtime by the way in that game 5 situation from the set you guys weren't able to see. So that's just something to keep in mind. I was like, wait a minute, what? Also, yes, you are not alone. I just saw the Doolies get 2 out of that one. We see you over there, Doolies, getting the 2, and Never Lucky eliminates the Booyah. The forward throw drops. Flyers just trying to keep the game alive at the very least for LDE Forge is good, but there is 3 down from Industry Plant. 59 points remaining is all they can muster here in this first push. 10 points ticking down. Asa gets a nice pick onto TK with the leader. That was awesome. They get the second pick on the red. Can they get any more? I think everybody from LDE Forge is good. Like, we're not gonna deal with the leader. There's the back and forth. Minute in, 59 points remaining to 76 points remaining so far. Industry Plant has the zone.
Asa really showing the dominance of the leader's power here. If they are not contested, has that spot, even taking middle is going to be hard to even get near it, because you can see that the accuracy is there. The snipes are happening, and if there's nothing pressuring it, you have to actually be cautious of it, because I know some people will be like, they're not gonna hit this. Nah, don't underestimate. No, because it could take you out and it could ruin your entire plan. Sorry, what? Plant just narrowly missing that, ends up getting a trade, but oh my goodness, just goes right on top, and just we're getting down to the point here where it looks like the strikes want to try to take back, but they don't go throughout majority of the zone. And it looks like Crab's going to push them back. I think Industry Plant should be able to cap the zone here. Yes, they do, with the follow-up of the bucket. And 2 members do go down on the side of LDE Forge is good. Zone back in favor. There was a 2-point difference, so really nice timing on the cap there. Penalty is about to go down. It looks like they want to extend their lead, which of course anyone wants to do in this state. We're about halfway through this game. And it looks like this Wave Breaker online. Cooler is out on the side of LDE Forge is good. And it looks like we're just trying to see if they can make their way in. Plant has been spotted, so this looks like it is probably a good idea to go forward. We saw, I believe the Zipcaster was going for the Charger to back them up, and another member does go down. That was the opening they needed. That is where the cap comes into play.
And it's something to also keep in mind now that LDE Forge is going to have to deal with that leader. The Zuka is going to be used, maybe the Booyah in conjunction to get Asa off of the positions that the E leader would love to be in for the most part here. So that's something to definitely keep tabs on when you're looking for special usage from LDE Forge is good. Industry Plant able to get the zones back. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a trade here for the zones each go around. But it's going to take a few trades left and right. Fire, by the way, going down as well. Here comes Plant moving forward. There goes Red. Red has been eliminated. That's going to clear up some space, even with the 2 down, even with Big Noob, I believe, going down earlier. They will be able to get out of the penalty points here soon. Yes, they definitely will now, with trade basically dropping. Maybe not. I might have spoke too soon here. Asa did drop earlier, but it looks like that will be them out of the penalty points. Now, Industry Plant, that's Plant. They take out Red for the second time. That's 3 members that have gone down in that push. TR8 and TK are able to get the rest of the paint in, but this lead has ballooned up to 15 points, made a 40-point lead, so to speak. Booyah Bomb being used right away onto that left-hand side of the map. About 1:18 left to go on the clock. It's now the Trip Strikes and the Crab Tank that is still waiting in the wings. If they want to use the Crab Tank, doesn't look like it quite yet. Minute 10 left to go here. Debbie, there's a disconnect! No, that is tragedy! Now LDE Forge is good. It's now going to be on a purple 1-down situation. This is looking to be a solid game 5 being forced here now, Debbie.
Oh my goodness, who bopped them out of existence? What? Oh my goodness. I mean, you never know. Anything can still happen. I mean, it's not looking good here. Unfortunately, it's stuck underneath, but my goodness. It was still, even when all four were there, it was still looking relatively solid for LDE4, just good, and then just, this is so unfortunate.
That is pretty much adding salt to the wounds there for LDE4, just good. They were already in a huge deficit there with the 40-point deficit, and then the disconnect with about a minute plus into the match did not help their cause. Now they just ran out of firepower. Hey Debbie, Game 5, a tale as old as time for both of us is back once again, and now we gotta see what the counter pick here is for LDE4 is good. They're gonna have to. I think though the disconnect isn't gonna frazzle them too much. They're already a huge deficit. They just gonna have to focus on GG next. Just get the guy back. Just get the player, excuse me, back in the lobby here. Now the big question is what this counter pick is gonna be, and I'm gonna be curious about this one because I expect this to probably be what did they win? They won Clan Blitz, Barnacle Dime, so they cannot play Clan Blitz. They cannot play Barnacle Dime either, just for the additional context. So they'll have to pick between zones, tower control, and the mode we have not seen on stream yet here is Rainmaker. So
that's true.
Those are the three modes.
It's interesting how we haven't seen Rainmaker, but I've seen a lot of mixed opinions on that one as of late. But you know, honestly, the funny enough, the one that stands out, which I know that in this tree plant did win and the nail biter of their game 5 for Kitten, was that zone's Hagglefish. But just seeing how this played out, it could still work for them considering it's, you know, one of those more open maps and all that, and where they want to make sure they put down that control, but then the next question is, do they really want to do that? So I'm not 100% sure, but they do have the upper hand with this counter pick. So the thing is just to, you know, not to fully overthink it, which I mean, I do all the time. I'm doing okay, I got the zones right, but they went to Mahi. So they instead of big wide open space, they're going for small wide open space.
I'm actually gonna be curious to see how this is gonna play out, because obviously the map changes entirely at around the 61-point marker.
It does.
So it's gonna be fascinating here how this is gonna work out. Now, we already know last ditch effort Forge is good, or LDE Forge is good. They can produce a lot of pain, but Industry Plant looks like they've had their number on a few occasions here so far in terms of certain modes. Now, they are back to zones. So, wondering if the change in scenery here with Mahi Resort being the map pick is going to work out. What we also know here, Debbie, unless something crazy happens in this Game 5, we should expect the same comps here for both teams coming into this Game 5. I'm going to be more intrigued to see who gets the upper hand. Would it be Plant on that Carbon, or will the people who believe in that LDE Forge setup from TRA or Trait in this case works out? Who knows? We'll get the questions answered here in just a few moments. We just need to confirm if the weapons are going to change. It looks like we're not going to see the weapon changes from Plant, and we should not be seeing any weapon changes from LDE Forge is good. Debbie, we're off and running here in Game 5.
There is a slight weapon change. I don't know if you see that, but there are now chumps instead of Azuka in Plant's hands. I was like, wait, no, the symbol.
I didn't even. The skin didn't match.
Hold on a second.
The skin is threw me off, actually. But here's the thing: it's still a carbon roller. It's still a carbon, but it doesn't really matter at this point because if the carbon got a few picks. There's the wipeout, by the way. Now, Industry Plant already right out of the gate. They're opting for the Chumps Carbon setup, which I'm gonna get the official name here in just a bit. But either way, Debbie, sorry to interrupt there. Three members going down from Industry Plant. Map now changes in terms of the layout. This is gonna be the delayed wipe. LDE Forge is good. That's the first push for Industry Plant.
Right, just quite a burst off the get-go, and I was like, okay, Industry Plant has a solid rush forward tactic that they can just get set up with and go. And now LDE Forge is good. Just has to make sure that they don't get caught out by being close to too many of these side ledges, but they have the range to be able to control mid really well. That's what they are doing. You can see all the specials going out back and forth. Chumps, the Booyah, the Crab, everything's going forward, and right now, like, the zone is still, like, neck and neck in time. You see Red trying to paint it here. Plant is just painting it back forward here. We see the three members just looking down Red, and we see TK hanging tight near there, but, of course, have to go back. because the members are pushing forward on the side of in this plant. Now, Never Lucky waiting under one edge, and I can just already imagine Plant's on another edge. Yep, there's Plant. Just getting ready to pick someone off near, but it went 1-for-1 on the corner. That looks like Zuka is coming out from fire and just trying to push members back. Plant trying to get this pick, does get it, gets picked off in return. Zone still in the favor of in this tree plant. Never Lucky does have the strikes ready to go, is going to strike out that corner, trying to get anybody out of the sides, but it looks like the dualies go down on that left-hand side there. Now we see another fight that wants to happen on that right-hand side, but they're not going to take it as a pinch is occurring. That was a nice pinch, but Never Lucky able to capitalize on it. Red here stuck in the middle between three members. Plant and Red going down. Fire going down as well. Zone still in the favor of in this tree. Two members down on the side of LDE. Forge is good. And right now there's still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game, but in this tree Plant is winning these team fights.
They're very much winning these fights right now, and now this the painting here from LDE Forge is good is going to have to start mattering. Their Booyah Bomb being thrown into the mixture. There's the 3 down. This is the fight that LDE Forge needed to win. That's also the wipeout. Now they can push forward here. Cooler being tossed into the zone, so now everybody can play a lot more aggressive and loose right now. From LDE Forge is good. The question is, are they going to do that? Looks like they're just going to maintain control of the zone for just a bit. That is going to give Industry Plant a chance to move forward. Plant is snuffed out. I believe that was a bomb that must have taken them out on this side, and that's not. They are going to have to retreat back by just a bit. This could be the lead change here for LDE Forge is good coming up here soon. That should be now because the dualies have also dropped on top of it. The lead does change hands. 24 points remaining, still going down. Now a lot of control on the board. The chumps are being thrown onto the mixture. The Asa just went down. I don't know what Asa went down to, but that's the elite leader has dropped. That's the dualies that's dropped as well. Planta is the only lone survivor into this fight, and they're gonna get eliminated. LDE Forge is good, wins their counter pick. They win game 5, and we'll be seeing LDE Forge is good in grand finals of the August 2025 edition of Low Ink.
Woo! Wow. The setup was there, and it was just getting ready to go, and then just 2 members go down. Asa was having a lot of pressure, even just being on any corner, and I think that is what LDE Forge is good was planning to do, because we could saw when Asa had any kind of control on on the ramen game, it was not good. So there was a lot of pressure going down on that charger. There was fights being won on the bottom and from Industry Plant, but then it just kind of came back out with the special push, and then all of a sudden it just the turns have tabled. And LDE Forge is good, just bringing it right back home there. And just one moment I remember is just those picks that LDE Forge is good that happened there. They got 2 picks from members that were actually on the zone. So it helped them just recap it instantly and just go back forward there. LDE Forge is good, just taking it back, just winning that counter pick, and just there we go.
You know, Debbie, if you remember when we were together here for Riptide 2023 in Top 16, you know how I had my hands on my face
I cannot forget that moment.
It's exactly me. It's exactly me right now, because that was a fun set from start to finish. That was a fun set from start to finish there, and it really just showcased how strong both these teams are. I wouldn't be shocked if Industry Plant it does make it back to Grands, but they gonna have to wait a little while here because Losers is still trying to figure out who they're gonna face against in Losers bracket. Excuse me, but I mean, that was a fun winners finals matchup. Industry Plant and LDE Forge is good, 2 phenomenal teams, but LDE Forge is good. They're gonna be the ones that have to prove if last ditch effort Forge is actually good here in Low Ink. You'll be seeing that in Grands later today, but we're gonna have to switch over to Losers bracket here, but that's also gonna mean a switch in commentators here, because that's gonna be the last set for myself and Debbie, I believe. So Debbie, it's been a couple years, to say the least, for both of us, and I'm glad to work with you again. Where can the people find you?
You can find me over on Twitch at Debbie_Doovie, doing the odd random stuff that I do. Typically, it's playing a Hydra and people join me, and then there's 4 Hydras walking to open. I'm so sorry in advance. You can also find me on Blue Sky at Debbie Doovie at Blue Sky, and that's mainly there, or on or YouTube. Usually the main one that I put up is my Twitch streams on Debbie Doovie VODs. You can put it up there if you miss streams. You can catch them there. Keon, what about you?
You can find me probably watching the rest of Blowing because I'm curious how the rest of Blowing is gonna go. But of course, if you want to find my socials, Blue Sky Kion2570. You can also follow my Twitch on Kion2570 as well. Also for streaming content and those who are big fans, I finished Chrono Trigger a couple days ago. That's a fun game. You should play Chrono Trigger if you haven't yet. I'm gonna vouch for that as well. Special shoutouts, by the way, our producer Sam for producing the rounds here so far in Upper Brackets, and now also in day one as well. Sam's gonna obviously be sticking around a little longer here to take us through his grants with our new set of commentators. You'll be here. You'll be here.
More Splatling enthusiasts.
Yeah, I know, right? when we come out of the break, you'll be jumping over to loser semis, Octo-Express, and the winner of Kittens and Star Guardians of Chaos, which is currently still in Game 3. So don't go anywhere. Loser semis will happen right out of the break.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Inc. August 2025. I am Popcorn, joined by Nell Fire, and we got a doozy of a set for you guys. Kittens, adorable, cuddly, soft little kittens, have somehow found their way into the top 4 of Low Inc., and they're going to be taking on Octo-Express, everybody's fan favorite team. Unless they're not, I guess. How you doing, Nell? What's up?
Oh, I'm doing so well. How are you doing, Mr. Gunn?
You know, nobody asked me that. They always just say, "Oh my God, Popgun's in chat," and they're like, "No, come on."
Oh my God!
Sorry.
Sorry. Can we try that again? Oh my God!
No.
Popcorn's in chat.
I am not in chat, actually. I just do
okay.
a bracket command. By the way, shout out to for everyone who didn't know, today's actually Acine's birthday. So shout out to Acine for the a wonderful birthday that they're having today. Octo-Express taking on Kittens. This is a best of 3 set, and you're wondering what's been going on here. Octo-Express has actually been chilling because they've been 2-0ing most of their opponents in losers bracket, so they've been ahead of the curve versus the Star Guardians of Chaos, who have been going 2-1, slowing things down on the opposite side because they've been playing a lot of stressful sets. Finally ran out of steam against the Kittens into Game 3, and now the Kittens, a team that was undefeated, mind you, this entire tournament, take their first loss to Industry Plant in a Game 5, now going to be trying to knock off Octo-Express that has been on a tear since losing in round 1.
Oh my God! It's got to be tough to lose in round 1, but just seeing that Octo-Express was able to claw their way all the way through losers bracket, and now we're in semis against Kittens. We are in for a little treat. I know that Octo-Express is totally hungry for the win here, but you know, as we get right into it, we get to see what Kitten's claws are made of. We're going to Splat Zones on Ship Shape. It's going to be our first one, and it is going to be I believe it's our final best of 3 of the day.
That's right. And you know what we're doing this slowing? We're not doing counter picks for best of 3.
Oh, really?
We pick the maps, and by we, I mean strings. So let me rephrase that. If you like the maps we pick, you're welcome. If you don't like the maps we pick, strings is in the staff VC right now. Feel free to DM them your displeasure in that. Why is it Crab Leg Rainmaker? I don't know.
I mean, I know that somebody's very excited for Crab Leg Rainmaker. I know.
Yes, I'm sure the person in chat is like, yes. Why did they decide to put a good map mode combo in here?
Waiting with bated breath. Finally, we're seeing Crab Leg Rainmaker. I was waiting all weekend for this, and then. Yeah, so that's going to be fun. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit back and forth and not just like a steamroll, but I doubt it will be, considering these 2 very awesome teams that we're going to have here. And I mean, I can't believe that you dissed Strings' map picking ability. Well, I will say that you did.
No, what did I say?
Oh, you said, never mind. If you have beef, bring it up with him.
Yes, yeah. I was just telling people where to direct their anger, and it shouldn't be at me.
Does IPL have a complaint box?
Yes, it is Strings DMs. Actually.
Okay, perfect.
Anyways, Kittens, who, thank you for all the emotes put in. That really, the word kittens didn't convey enough information, so they had to have a black heart and a rose that's like welting and I guess a wolf. Been using, I believe, Luna Blaster in the past. And it might have yes, because I've been remembering this team for quite a while here. They got Grubhub as well on their roster. And Hose OK, I believe, is one of the players that's on there as well. And of course, Octo-Express, last month, they said there was a 99% chance they were going to win the tournament last month. And then it dropped to a 69% chance because they had one of their players missing. And then like a 49% chance because of some other reason. Then it went back up because they got a sub and they felt their sub was pretty good. Spoiler alert, it was a 0% chance all along. They did not win last month. Otherwise, they wouldn't be playing this time around. But this is the best Octo-Express has been looking. The good news is, even though they lost in round 1, which traditionally means, oh, you got to play a ton of losers bracket, which they do. But one of the problems with playing a losers bracket is that you never really get a break. Well, Octo-Express just got like a 30-minute break because they've been playing so well in losers bracket that they were way ahead of schedule. So they did get that break you typically don't see from a team that loses in round one. I guess the other question is, at some point today, are they planning on playing game one here? Okay, there it is. We're ready. We're getting into it. Nice.
It only took about 30 minutes, but we are seeing that Luna Blaster that you talked about and a Sploosh-O-Matic. Oh my goodness, I'm really loving these picks on both sides here. And as we've seen, Grubhub is the long distance charger that gives Octo-Express a little bit of range. But as we're getting right into it, we are both just, painting sides of zones. Grub did get a cheeky pick on the brush, and we are seeing 3 down from Octo-Express. Maybe that 30-minute wait time is their demise, but who am I to judge the first 30 seconds of a match as we get right into it?
Flat charger or weapon, you don't really see that often with pencil being put into play. And yeah, E-leader, you're going to be seeing more E-leader as this tournament goes on. But Splat charger does have that ink strikes that'll work out really well onto the zone. And of course, they're going to have to use in-zap because somebody has to use soda. It is actually a requirement in competitive tournaments for that to take place. Oh, goodbye. Goodbye, meat boy, number 13. You just got punched in the face by a Splat charger out of nowhere. Splat Grubhub.
Good splat on Grubhub indeed. I will say that, they are holding down the fort. I feel like the zone should have flipped by now, but it is still, I spoke too soon. The zone has just flipped because of the Meat Boy's little hammer there, and we are seeing Octo-Express in their stability. They've stabilized a little bit, and Kittens is kind of clumped up in their plat area. They're all just in the court, just snuggling together, waiting for the strikes to come out to see if they can get through it here. We are seeing all of the specials being thrown at the wall in order to flip and get a penalty on Octo-Express.
Octo-Express's comp is built for a lot of flanks. If they can find ways to get their brush and their solutions in kind of aggressive situations and try to funnel players into that splatter shot and into that splat lane, but they're having a lot of difficulty getting set up. In fact, Kittens have been doing a good job of playing kind of whack-a-mole at the very beginning of this game here to set up the situations where they're a little bit more comfortable dealing with the potential flanks that could be coming, which on this map is really just straight through mid or the left bridge to start off. So as long as you keep an eye on those things, you shouldn't really lose track of the sploosh or the brush. But Octo-Express has a good situation right here to where they can start pushing up, get some paint down, and find some sharpness spots.
For sure. I was going to mention that it feels like Octo-Express is playing a little bit safe. They're kind of just honoring Kittens' space a little bit too much for my liking, considering their comp, obviously. We are seeing Shinigami from the brush on the side of Octo-Express taking some cheeky fights, but I don't see them fighting together. I kind of just see people diving in at random points, and as we can see, this little formation that they had going is going to break as Kittens is getting back into the zone here. They are clumping up in their court once again. I just feel like they aren't really utilizing the sides of the map like they need to.
And it's kind of difficult to do on a map like this, especially in zones, because you only got this like one side that you can go up, and as long as you don't have control mid, you're kind of limited on where you can start pushing up and start flanking around on the sides, especially when there's a Luna Blaster taking care of the flanks, making sure, no, you can't drop down to that side, because now I'm going to be start pushing up. I got a hammer to use as well. And Meat Boy's on the run right here. Hammer versus Tammer. I don't know how the collision's supposed to work on that, but now you see the Luna Blaster just starting to take hold here, and it looks like Kittens is going to be in a good situation to get the KO.
For sure. I mean, the Luna Blaster, when they get set up, it is an absolute ledge camping menace to get rid of. And so that's exactly what Kittens needed to secure the win here. Once they were able to get their foot in the door and they're like, okay, they're giving us some space. Let's take advantage of that space and make sure our Luna Blaster's set up. And then that was all she wrote. I really enjoyed seeing the little hammer fight. It was like a little slap fight over on the left side. But this just shows that no matter what weapon you pick, whether it's meta or not, if you specialize in it, you can be a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, especially when you're not going up against the meta, which neither team is obviously doing right here. But the Kittens have been pretty consistent with the weapons that they have been using up to this point. Like you mentioned, the Luna Blaster. Grubhub delivering some very nice charger strikes coming out of that as well. So here we go. Octo-Express with their sploosh is got to be tickled to death with the fact that they get a Rainmaker. an opportunity to use that right here, although there is a lot of walking involved in this Rainmaker map, which is why people don't like it. Splatoon players are not big fans of walking, so that might be a little bit of a hindrance. It might be something that benefits more their Splatling, however, than the Sploosh's ability to be a nuisance with the hammer like you're used to seeing a Sploosh do, especially in low ink when it comes to Rainmaker. Shout out to our lovely and talented streamer, by the way, Sam, who was just tickled to death with the fact that we are going to get Rainmaker on stream. It is not because it was counterpicked, but because the TOs are forcing you to play Rainmaker, and that is the only reason Rainmaker has showed up so far on stream in day 2.
I mean, I'm happy to have a little bit of variety in my day. I mean, if Rainmaker is that variety, then let's go for it, especially if this is like one of the few times that we've seen it played today. As a Splatling main, I do love running. I do love using my legs and walking in this game. I feel like everybody should put on a little bit of run speed. But I mean, on this map mode, I would not be surprised if we saw our first pencil of the set, because that range is just, you know, you cannot do anything against it. That's the problem. So I would not be surprised if I saw that that charger swap out to a E-leader. We've seen a lot of E-leader today, and I'm very pleased about it.
Fortunately, there is no Stingray in this game, but I do say unfortunately because I know that is one of our favorite things about Splatoon 2, and because of that, there's not really much of a... I mean, you can get kind of cheeky with a vacuum charger if you want. And you use it, especially on a map like this, use it on the right side of the grate, just kind of protect the Rainmakers who are going along that way. And it looks like they're going to use the Crab Charger coming out here. That is the Vanilla Zipcaster. Oh, wait, no. There's the Luna Blaster on both teams. There's a lot of nonsense going on here. First off, we got the Brown Dapples. The Zipcaster Luna on Meat Boy, so they're not going to be using the Sploosh at all. But to your point, they are still using a charger. It's not the E-Leader, it is the Crab Take version from Kittens.
I'm really surprised that Octo-Express is opting to only have the heavy edit as their range, because as a heavy edit player, it is incredibly difficult on this map to get set up if you don't have that type of range to fall back on. Even me, as the shill of the lifetime for heavy edit, it's very difficult, especially when you have such a short range comp, and obviously a very talented charger on the other team. So we are seeing Octo-Express kind of struggle a little bit to get back in there, but it's not going to phase them too much. We do see the Luna and the Dapples on the side of Kittens getting picked off here. Last one's jumping out, and that gives Octo-Express the perfect red carpet to be able to break through the first checkpoint.
And a great defense right there. Board doing a fantastic job of cleaning up right there, and that's a wipeout being put onto Octo-Express. Kittens are going to be fast right here, though. They're going to be opting to go to the right side if they want to find a way to extend onto their lead, and just waiting right there is just waiting for death. The Zuka is being popped out, and now everybody is gone except for the charger. Octo-Express, yes, you kind of mentioned that they don't have a lot of range, and that's going to be a benefit to the Crab Charger. But they do got some things to work with. They got Zuka that they can use. They got Zipcaster they can use. They got to find ways to harass the Charger player. And eliminating them right there is a huge first step. But they lose the Rainmaker in the process. But yes, Octo-Express's game plan, their win condition, is find ways to get as many splats as possible in that Charger and take advantage of it.
I want to say kudos to the Luna Blaster for sneaking in and doing exactly what those little stealth weapons do best. Sneaking in and just picking off the Rainmaker when they were alone. That just, I mean, those types of weapons, their goal is to find holes in a formation that you really just want to iron out as best as possible. So, I mean, hopefully Octo-Express is able to have this sort of team ability to push up together. It just seems a little bit sloppy on their end, but they are able to squeak out a lead of 48 points, and we are going to have to back up just a little bit. And, I mean, Kittens, now it's your turn to be able to push up.
There's not much you can do when a crab is shooting snot rockets at you, other than just kind of back up. And you know what? We got our lead. It's not really a substantial lead at this point, but there's no need to overextend here and give them an opportunity to get the lead right back. If one player goes down, that's going to allow the Chargers to start pushing up with everybody else on the side of Kittens. And now you got to be starting to think as well, as we reach 2 minutes left in this game, does anybody try to push left at this point, or is everyone just going to try to keep hyper-focusing onto the right catwalk area? If you make that jump, I don't know how many points you can get off of it on the left side. You should be able to get a pretty decent amount, considering there's only 48 remaining. They are trying to defend that side, but the Rainmaker was grabbed, and it didn't really seem like they had any idea of where they wanted to go or what they wanted to do with it. A minute 30 left to go here. Now it's Octo-Express. What do they do with this lead?
I feel like the left side is very situational, and you have to have a game plan in order to get either you have to have a game plan or you have to have absolutely no game plan to go there and just kind of go with your heart. And if you see everybody on the right side, then let's go for it. But we do see Shinigami doing a flank. That's exactly what the Ink Brush wants to do. We do see them absolutely just throwing a wrench in everybody's plans here. Unfortunately, 2 do go down from the side of Kittens, and now the Rainmaker is in the hands of Octo-Express, and they are going to take the right side, trying to get a stronger lead than they had before. And I mean, personally, I wouldn't feel safe with that lead either. I do love that they're continuing to push and they're not just being like, let's play it safe and hold it here. We are going to continue to try and throw it and just really guarantee that lead just to show that we're still in it.
An incredible play by the Brush player, going all the way from behind and catching the Kittens sleeping a little bit on defense, losing their Charger player and everything on top of that, and they still somehow have an opportunity to get the lead right here. 26 points remaining. They got the Rainmaker while they instantly lose it. So that's going to slow things down. In fact, they didn't really drop it off the flat. They got splatted on their own flat area up there. What's going on up there?
It just seems like you're trying to find their footing again, but it's so difficult.
Grubhub now grabbing the Rainmaker. This is essentially their last push, but they can't even get out of their own spawn right now. Oh, here comes the Zuka shots on top of it. I think we're going to a game 3. I think that's the scenario we're kind of lining up for here. Grubhub dancing and trying to survive everything. Won't go down quietly into the night. Finally gets splatted. Octo-Express, their win condition. Find ways to get behind the defense. Take care of the Charger. The rest of the Kittens will crumble at that point. They do just that. They get a monstrous lead off of it. Although late, doing just enough to make sure that the Rainmaker could never really be pushed by Kittens. I think the Kittens scored the opening checkpoint clear in like the first 30 seconds and then never added anything on top of that for the rest of the game.
I loved the play from the Brush player on Octo-Express. That is just, they were waiting for a moment like that and they were able to get it, and that's exactly what their game plan is, and I love seeing that come to fruition. It just seemed like maybe after that little break that they had in between round 4 and semis, maybe they were just like, okay, let's get back into it. We're figuring out how Kittens play. Let's figure it out, and now we're getting back into it. But I mean, Clams Barnacle, there aren't as many flanking opportunities on this map, unfortunately, but because it is Clams and because we are known to have some slippery little weapons here, I would not be surprised if we see some random Clams in baskets.
Old Clam Blitz here. Good old Clam Blitz. This should favor Octo-Express though, right? They got the Brush.
Do think so, yeah.
They got the Brush, they got Meat Boy being aggressive at times. They got the Splatling that can move around a little bit. You got Versus, you got Dapples that you're going up against. Reslider could be really good here if they want to try to find an opportunity to use the blue Dapples again. And again, of course, you got the Luna Blaster that's been doing fantastically. The good news for Luna Blaster fans, a Luna Blaster fan has won both games that you've seen so far. The bad news is that you saw a Luna Blaster lose a game in this set as well. So Luna Blaster only wins 66.6% of the time, which is the number of the devil. It is clearly an evil weapon. I don't know why we're talking about it. But we are moving on here to game 3. Again, the TOs picked this one because we don't like you guys anymore, and counter picks will be coming back next set. But this is the, let's see, okay, so Octo-Express, this is the first time they played in game 3 in about 4 sets. They're used to 2-0ing their opponents here. Can they find a way to get a clutch out in game 3? Grubhub going to be going back to the Charger with the Ink Strikes, and there is the Bubbler coming out from Yelp. Look, what is this comp here? So,
I was gonna say,
triple,
it's a holy drive comp. Oh my goodness.
So, Sploosh, Roller, and Ink Brush. We have gone full troll here with the Octo-Express comp. This is, well, if you can outpaint this somehow, you'll be in a good position. That's really the win condition here for the kittens. Just make sure you got enough paint on the ground to keep all the nonsense contained.
I'm sorry, I'm just giggling at the containing nonsense portion of it because that is basically what's happening here. It's just like chaos, 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 and it is working for them because Octo-Express does have 2 down, and we do see the brush unfortunately getting picked off from Grubhub, and Grubhub is delivering those strikes onto the plat, trying to make sure that we're able to get back where we need to be. We are having no nonsense here for sure. That's the problem with this type of comp, in my opinion. If you're just out and about, if you don't have the paint for it, you can easily get sniped out.
Grubhub delivering with this weapon right here. If you're going to use a weapon like that, okay, I don't know about that.
Flexing for the camera much?
I don't know about that.
God.
Stop it! Stop it! Let somebody else play the game too! We don't want to see Charger gameplay. Stop being so good, Grubhub. Calm down.
Oh my goodness, okay. Grubhub is delivering the W's, let's just put it this way. And we are seeing Octo-Express just getting absolutely demolished, and Grubhub is getting a little bit cheeky with it, pushing up as much as possible. And I mean, we did get a flank. We are canceling it. It is just the Luna Blaster on the side of Kittens to defend anything that they have. But with that lead, I would also just back up and be like, okay, we did what we needed to do. The Kittens had their claws out. Now you come to us.
They do have their claws, the long-range sniper, just picking off players. And if you're going to use a weapon like that, you have to hit your shots. Otherwise, you're really hurting your team comp if you're just constantly missing shots. Grubhub is probably leading in the KA department right now, mostly in the Ks, not so much the As, but has to hold on to things defensively right here. 2 kittens go down, and this is Octo-Express now having an opportunity to put a lot of paint down in mid, starting to move with the aggressions they have right here, and looks like they're funneling right into some sort of trap because 3 of their players go down, and now their Splatling is staying alive, gets a trade out of that, but an empty push for Octo-Express. Yeah, they popped the basket, but they're going to lose mid on top of this and not really give anything other than a Mercy Claim back to the kittens.
I would almost prefer to see them really just try and stabilize and get their players back in a sort of advantageous position, because that's the whole thing with their comp. You need to be able to have the free space to have an advantageous position. We are seeing a flank from Yellow, the roller player, on the side of Octo-Express. A flank worked once, but will it work again? We are seeing a follow-up to the flank with the brush player, and it is just absolutely destroying Kittens' formation here. But Octo-Express only has 1 power clam to get the points to 70. I mean, if somebody's able to jump in the clam from behind, maybe we can make something happen, but it just seems like a pretty scrambly push, but that may be exactly what they need.
That is now 2 Mercy Clams that are on the board right now for Kittens out of Octo-Express, who have gone 2 pushes that haven't really gotten any value out of them at all. Yeah, there's down to 70 remaining, and the good news is the Kittens don't have that big of a lead in the sense right now, because if you do pop the basket as Octo-Express, you can find ways to just throw in just a couple of clams, which they do right here. The basket is popped, but look who's alive. Oh, it's just the Charger. We can just waltz right on in. That Charger's not going to hit their shots clearly. Nope, they're just going to tap shot and splat everybody else, and Yellow misses. See, that's when you miss leg day, you don't hit your free throws like that. Don't miss leg day, kids. It'll help you hit those shots and get you the lead there.
My head is in my hands right now. I cannot believe that any of that happened, but with Grubhub's performance, literally, I hate to say it, but probably the MVP right now. They absolutely just were like, okay, you're funneling on that little podium area. Let me just do my thing. And we were like, nope, let's try our best. But there's 30 seconds left. Octo-Express is able to the lead. I have no idea how that happened. It just seemed like death from 1,000 paper cuts with these pushes, and that's exactly what this comp wants to do. So now Kittens, they're gonna have to scramble because they don't really have much in their arsenal.
Octo-Express has to start pushing up right here if they want to hold on to this lead, because if this Charger gets set up, the Charger gets taken out, by the way. Meat Boy now starting to push up. If they can find ways, this is going to go to overtime. and the Kittens do have an opportunity, but they got a long way they need to go. They need to start getting splashed right now. They got a restarter to work with. Meat Boy is taking the fight to them with a hammer, but somehow it gets canceled by the Lunar Blaster. Nice cancel there. Can they get one more splat? They do, but overtime's running out. They basically have to get, I don't think there's any time left, actually. I think that's just it. The Kittens tried to hold on. They got a huge lead early. They weathered the storm, but finally Octo-Express broke through, and they're going to losers final.
I loved watching the tail end of that match when Octo-Express really figured out what makes their comp work, how they worked best together. And sometimes you don't need a big push. Sometimes you just need a bunch of tiny little pushes. And it just seemed like Kittens was never able to kind of be privy enough to cancel those when they were happening because of that chaotic comp.
The Kittens, I'm kind of surprised, didn't get an opportunity to pop the basket a second time. I mean, there were so many wasted pushes by Octo-Express that the Kittens couldn't really find a way to capitalize off of. They couldn't get control of mid, or maybe they went to mid and then immediately started to push up without the rest of their teammates being there and couldn't really move as a team. And because of that, they couldn't really get set up in mid, and Octo-Express, with their more chaotic comp, was able to kind of take advantage of that. The Kittens are going to look back at that and say, man, we had several opportunities to where we could pop the basket a second time, or at least hold mid and put the pressure on Octo-Express, because Octo-Express just kept finding ways to apply the pressure back onto the Kittens and kept knocking on the door until finally the door opened. They get a huge lead and the game's over at that point. Octo-Express, 5 straight wins in losers bracket, and they got a little bit of rest in waiting for round 5 to start of losers bracket as well. So they should be feeling pretty good going into this rematch against In This Tree Plant, the team that knocked them out 2 hours and 48 minutes ago. How about that?
Oh my goodness. We are in for a treat. I mean, if I was in this tree plant, in industry plant, I would be a little bit nervous, even though we fought them once. Octo-Express clawed their way through 5 rounds of losers just to get here to finals, and they are warm, they are ready, they are hungry for the win, and industry plant, I mean, we beat them once, we could totally beat them again, but also, I'm a little scared now.
They shouldn't be scared. They have no reason not to be. They should be feeling very confident. They only lost a game 5 to the team that is currently waiting in the winter side of grand finals. If I'm in this tree plant, I'm annoyed that I came up with this name instead of just calling myself industry plant, which is apparently what it's supposed to be, but I don't even know what that term means either. But this is also a best of 5. Last time was best of 3 that these two teams played against each other. Now counter picks are involved, and game 1 is going to be Splat Zones at Robo Ramen. If you are Octo-Express and you're like, good, we were able to deal with his Splat Charger. Now you got to deal with something that's got even more range than that. Asa on the E-Leader on a map like this, it's got to be feeling pretty good considering this is one of the maps and modes that they beat. Last Year's Effort Forge is good on in the winners finals.
I mean, both teams have tricks up their sleeve to deal with the rest of it, I will say, because Octo-Express, I mean, it's kind of like target practice for E-Leader. It's like they have so many fast-moving weapons, they have so many flanking weapons, and I mean, your aim kind of has to be pitch perfect, especially if you're an E-Leader player and you have that, it's not cooldown, it's just you only have 3 shots available before you have to come back and recharge your ink. So, I mean, both teams, I'm so excited to see what they can do on Zones Ramen. This map has a lot of opportunities for flanks, a lot of very flat open spaces for cool trick shots. We'll see if we're able to top the top-tier Charger gameplay we saw a little bit earlier. But, I mean, Industry Plant, they are really ready for it. They lost once, and they're like, okay, we can do this. We're brands, they can taste it. So, I'm excited. I want the match to start now, because I'm impatient.
You're going to have to wait.
No!
You have to wait. They got to get to their lobbies, and then they got to get their drip on, and then they got to pick their weapons, and then they got to talk about things.
No.
And then they got to go play solo queue for a couple of sets after this as well. Let's remind you of In This Tree Plant, who this pickup is. Never Lucky, who I think you have to be at least a little bit lucky to be alive this long in low ink. Was on the team last month, I believe. Yeah, they were on that team. Donkey Kong Must Die. Finished in 5th place. They're originally from RIT Orange Kois. Shout outs to CCA. Who is Plant? That is the question I have. Well, Plant was on a team called Leftovers back in June, low ink, and they finished 79th out of 91 teams. So there's that. Asa has been playing in low inks for many, many moons. Kind of plays off and on. I remember them getting a huge Charger triple against InkSync like 2 or 3 years ago. Whenever like one of the first low inks of Splatoon 3 was. This was kind of playing off and on, but has always been a really strong Charger player throughout. And I think this is the first low ink for Big Noob, the Dualies player, although they have played in several other low-level tournaments as well. Most recently finished 8th place in a July From the Ink Up like 3 weeks ago. So I think it's safe to say they're going to be banned from that tournament based off of their finishing at least top 3 in low ink. Unless they're not, I don't know what their restrictions are. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like after getting low ink alpha bracket and also basically top 3, you should probably change your name from Big Noob. You're not even a noob. You're good at the game. At least I think you're good at the game.
Well, I mean, you can be a noob and still be good, right? What is the definition of a noob? It's somebody who's
newbie.
new, or is it
Newbie.
somebody who just like sucks in general?
I mean, that is, I actually don't know. I always thought it was short for newbie.
Inexperienced in a particular sphere or activity? Who says a particular sphere?
I love pondering my sphere.
Especially computing or gaming. Okay, so they could be good and still be a noob, technically, just inexperienced.
True. Okay, well, Big Noob, you get to keep your name for now, but if you win
Yes.
low ink, you're gonna have to change your name.
Yes.
All right, let's agree on that. I'm gonna shake your hand through the screen right now.
Yeah. We'll give them their badge only if they agree to change their name. If they
For
win.
sure.
Low.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Plant. I felt very bad when we were playing in Anarchy Nova and they had to play without game audio. So, hopefully now Plant has game audio and Industry Plant will be able to get that win under their belt. But we're getting right into it.
Plant is streaming, so I know they have game audio. I was watching their sets a little bit earlier. They've been using Carbon Roller pretty much all day long here. Opening Gambit, not CDS, but the Squelchies with the screen is being put into play as well by Industry Plant. Of course, there is no sploosh coming out from Octo-Express, but Ink Strikes go burr, and that is the splash they're going to be using here for this zones map.
I really like that team cup. I feel like I haven't actually seen those Squelchies being played just yet, but Asa is holding the zone quite nicely for Industry Plant here. The points are trickling down. We are going to see a flip, but I mean, roller on roller crime. Plant is able to get the pick on the other roller, and we are chasing the brush player. It's just like a slap fight at this point. Nobody has range for anything. Let's just agree to disagree and leave this fight.
That was like two tigers just kind of like showing their teeth at each other, and then both just kind of like, yeah, this is below us. What are we doing? Let's just stop fighting. No, you're gonna square up, throw some punches at each other. Well, here they are. The last two live is a brush on the other side, and Plant over here. Are they gonna fight right now? Now they're gonna engage, and the brush wins, just biding their time, just as nature planned it out. Ultimately, the brush wins the fight anyways.
The brush and the carbon roller owing each other an IOU, just saying, yeah, we'll fight each other sooner or later, and then that sooner happened. And now we do see Octo-Express in charge of the zone here. Industry Plant only 2 up. We are seeing a they splatter color screen at the ready, but it seems like we're just kind of waiting a little bit. And oh my God, Octo-Express is in their little area. They're in the house. They're knocking on the door, and we are here. The heavy edit is going to go down, which there's 4 specials on the board. I just got distracted by the 4 specials on the board.
So I wonder if that's the ideal spot that you want to use the screen, or if it's just more of like, okay, I got to use this because they're about to KOs right now. We need something to back them up. So it ultimately works out right here. And the key for in this plant tree is going to be getting Aces set up, because we saw them hit some very nice shots last time that they were on this map and mode. And finding ways to be aggressive. Look how far pushed up this E-leader is. Being actively engaged with the rest of their teammates, not just kind of standing back, oh, I'm the anchor player, so I got to stay back. No, like moving with the teammates and supporting them while taking advantage of your range. Oh, by the way, there's a carbon or just a roller everything else behind you. And now you're going to retreat. How are you not dead? Okay, no, you're dead. That was...
The roller knew the assignment. They knew that the win condition was to get rid of that leader, and they're like, all right, sir, yes, sir, let's get in there. And so we just saw, I mean, I saw the this way from Asa trying to get their team to come back and just make sure to be protected a little bit. But I mean, the win condition is to just displace that charger so that they don't have that stability. We are seeing the strikes coming out from Industry Plant. Going to flip the zone once more, giving Octo-Express a penalty to eat through, but it is still pretty neck and neck. Both teams are quite close in points if we don't really count the little penalty that we have here. I am never quite sure about the meta regarding the splatter color screen. Like you said earlier, what is the best way to do it? Do we just need to pop this? And, you know, ideally you want to see people going through the screen to try and get some sneaky picks, but we didn't really see that yet. We're just seeing scrappy fights everywhere.
I was about to say that in this plant tree can't just rely on the strikes to bail them out. Because they're going to have to find, because the strikes are going to be coming out at a faster rate from Octo-Express's splash anyway. They're going to have to find ways to cap the zone and hold on to their strikes, which is exactly what they've done up to this point. Can they keep control of the zone a little bit longer? This brush does fall out. It's actually a roller, but the roller does win the fight against the slosher here. So Octo-Express is going to hold on the zone and put penalty points right back onto in the plant tree. So what is the win condition here for Industry Plant? Because you've got that ink strikes that you're going to have to deal with. The splash is going to have them ready to go. Your E-leader just got taken care of. Yeah, you can probably stop the zone right here, but it's going to be difficult to stop it and do enough damage to get the lead right back, especially with Meat Boy just hitting flat with the main weapon anyways.
It's not looking good for Industry Plant, but based on your question, I do think that the win condition probably would have been to have a little bit more paint on the ground, because Octo-Express, as we've seen, like, we just need more paint. We need to move around, and Industry Plant just couldn't really keep up. Like you said, they can't just keep having strikes to bail them out.
Just fire your weapon.
Just press ZR. Have you guys tried pressing ZR?
He who presses ZR more wins the game.
I mean, is that not technically how that?
Could be. It could be.
What do I know? I'm not low ink band.
Well, I mean, you're commentating here, so you know more
True.
than. I mean, who's the real winner here? Us or them?
I mean, me, because I don't have to play Splatoon for
Exactly.
5 hours each day.
How many sets have you lost today of Splatoon?
None actually.
Well, both these teams have lost one. In fact, everybody has lost at least once in this whole tournament. Even the team waiting in grand finals lost in round 1 of Swiss yesterday to This Is Fine, who has already obviously been eliminated in Alpha Bracket today. But we are moving on to game 2. There was Octo-Express winning that last one, correct? That is correct.
That is correct.
The team that got swept by Industry Plant has won game 1 here, so that's got to be feeling pretty good for Industry Plant. You have a counter pick opportunity, and you have 2 maps that you've already beaten this team on prior today. They beat them on Splatoon's Umami, and they beat them on Tower Control Hagglefish. So they combine both of those into Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control, the game 2 counter pick of all time. There it is.
This is literally the counter pick map of all time. Even when I was playing, I was just like, yep, let's do Tower Inkblot. We aren't really too good at it, but let's do it. Never mind, it's Tower Mako Mart, which is less of a counter pick map, in my opinion.
Hey, wait a minute. No, Sam, I saw that. You put Art Academy up there. You tricked us. Our own streamer tricked us.
Sam, now we look silly. How do you feel about that?
This is unacceptable.
Oh, you're blaming the players now. Okay.
Oh, so Sam is saying that they got tricked by the players. Well, now I'm just going to have to hop in the chat and see who the real liar is. There needs to be consequences for this because I've been made a fool of, and I refuse to accept that.
Nobody makes Popgun look silly except for Popgun. Okay?
Exactly. And I do that enough on my own. I don't need help from anybody.
I mean, I help sometimes.
Okay. Tower Control. Mako Mart.
Okay, Tower Mako Mart.
So who picked this industry player? Oh, well, they got a Carbon player. That makes sense.
Yeah. Lots of little alleyways, lots of ledges, lots of places to get absolutely obliterated by a Carbon roller, including the Zuka, which I'm assuming that's the kit that they're gonna pick.
That works out. And on the flip side, Octo-Express is going to be like, I don't think we really care because we got a roller too and like blaster we could pull out if we wanted to. And
Ooh.
okay, so there's a lot to dissect here. So there's the Luna Blaster. Assuming from Meat Boy, yes. So I'm like, okay, you could bring the roller and the Luna Blaster out here. This makes sense for Octo-Express. Is that the claws coming out from Big Noob? That's not a dualies that they're using. Are they aware of that?
Sir, are you aware that that's not a dualies? Yeah, we are seeing the claws coming out, which I really like. I do like that weapon. I haven't gotten the chance to try it myself because I've been touching grass, unfortunately. Shoutouts to grass. We love it.
Shout out to grass.
I think more people should touch grass. But anyways, we are seeing Big Noob actually tearing it up on the claws here, going behind. It's like, yes, this isn't a dualies, but we're going absolutely crazy on the flank, so it's basically a dualies, right?
You could put a lot of paint down with that weapon, and it's got some really good killing power. I understand there's some RNG involved, but there's some light things you can do to kind of manipulate it. I think it's just like dipping down, like the first couple of shots are more accurate, and this is the longer you fire it, the less accurate it becomes. But the only real drawback is that it's kind of a slow weapon when you are actually using it. But it does put down a lot of soda as well. So there's a lot of good things here. But clearly they picked this so that they can get their Carbon going. The question is going to be who's going to get their roller going first. As you see, the Brush player now on T-Tech, still trying to do Brush-like things to flank it around from behind anyways. You can't take the Tiger out of the jungle and the jungle out of the tower, Tiger kind of.
You indeed cannot take the tower out of the jungle.
You can't.
So you can't.
Take it out of checkpoint 1 though. Octo-Express.
For sure, Octo-Express is marching the tower all the way to 50 points remaining. 3 go down though on the side of Octo-Express, so that is effectively putting a little pause button on that push here. But I will say that Industry Plan is not safe just yet. It's just one person left, and now suddenly the tower is being marched all the way back to where it was. It's so crazy. It feels like they got back so quickly. I love that team coordination from the side of Octo-Express.
Nope. And there is the additional use of well, a couple of people did get soda, so they'll at least be back in the middle of action, but nice little shutdown there from Industry Plant, and they do it while holding on to some of their specials as well. I say that they lose some of their players, and well,
the Commentators curse is tough right now, okay? God.
See, this is why I don't need anybody's help being silly, because the players do it for you.
Oh yeah, we're just here to make fun of the players, obviously. Big Noob is here pushing up as fast as they can to try and get a reverse push going. We are seeing just a lot of orange paint from Industry Plant, but the roller from behind, as you can see, I mean, just the flanks everywhere, roller on roller crime. We're trying to chase down Plant the best we can because they do have a Zuka, and we do want that kill if we want to prevent the Zuka from happening if they don't have a cooler at the ready. But I mean, Industry Plant, you guys are doing a great job at just like holding your space and making sure that we're getting things done. But I mean, the tower's still in neutral, unfortunately, and there's a minute 30 left. It's looking really good for Octo-Express.
Octo-Express also has the ink strikes that can work with the T-Tech, so they do have kind of the closing out win condition if they want to find ways to bleed more time off the clock. Obviously, the best thing to do is keep the tower on the enemy side of the map, but Industry Plant doing a good job of weathering the storm now, finding ways to get pushes up here, but no, not able to get into that key position they need to get that second checkpoint clear, because the T-Tech right there doing a good job of shutting things down, and every single victory is met with a trade. So there's no real ground that's being gained by Industry Plant, and before you blink, there's less than a minute left to go. And they're still trying to find ways to get across this first checkpoint. There goes the bubbler by the roller at just the perfect time. As you see, Industry Plant is juggling the tower between about 3 different players. Finally, they clear it. Oh, and they're in a good situation to get to that second one as well.
All we needed was to get rid of those really frontline aggressive roller and Luna Blaster, and now that all of those players are down, the tower is in a really good state to be pushed all the way to the checkpoint, and let it be known that Octo-Express did not clear through that checkpoint. So if Industry Plant is able to push the tower just the tiniest bit, they're going to get the lead swap, and with the wipe out, the lead swap is guaranteed, and now Industry Plant is absolutely marching the tower all the way to the second to last checkpoint. They are sitting quite pretty considering there's 5 seconds left.
And now there is going to be an overtime here. But keep in mind, they have to clear that entire second checkpoint, which is going to be very difficult to do, especially with Lucky's going to be having those ink strikes ready to go. And yeah, you got to jump over every single laser shot from the E-leader while it's going. And here comes the ink strikes. You got to get off the tower. Can you find a way to get back on there? No, because Lucky expertly timed out. Those ink strikes were thrown very slowly, one after another, to extend the period to where you couldn't just dive bomb onto the tower. Octo-Express had to have found ways to do that with their T-Tech as well, as Industry Plant was marching down the field with their tower. They weren't able to do that, but nicely done there by Lucky to close out that game, tie up the set at 1 apiece, and now puts the pressure on Octo-Express to make their counterpick.
I love how back and forth that game was. Even though it was kind of heavily one-sided for most of the match, it felt like every single splat was being followed up on by somebody else. I loved that teamwork that we saw from both sides. You know, like you said, it was just trade after trade after trade. But I mean, once Industry Plant was able to kind of break through Octo-Express's defenses of those frontliners, then it was pretty much all she wrote. We were able to just go through at a quick pace. So I'm really curious to see if anybody's game plan is going to change, or if we're just going to continue to push forward knowing what we know. And I mean, those frontline aggressors are a force to be reckoned with.
In music, an industry plant is a term used to
Google
describe
it.
What?
Did you Google industry plant?
Was I supposed to know what this word meant?
Have you been on TikTok?
No. Why would I'm 35? Why would I? Okay. Tell me the lore. What am I missing here?
Oh, industry plant is just like if there is a music company that really wants to infiltrate like the punk scene or whatever, they'll kind of artificially craft a punk band and be like that type of stuff. But do your description, because I didn't explain it that well.
Term used to describe an artist who appears to have achieved rapid success through label backing and promotion, despite presenting themselves as a grassroots self-made musician.
Correct.
Okay. So what it would be an example, is there like a well-known example of an industry plant?
I'm not okay. If I say anything, I'm gonna get attacked by the metal community. So.
Oh, they're not in chat.
I personally feel like Sleep Token is an industry plant.
Okay, I don't even know who that's another Google thing. I'm gonna Sleep Token. Oh gosh.
Yeah,
This looks like a Batman villain. What the hell is that?
Sam, you better take that back right now. Sam, take that back right now. You don't play. Don't play with me right now.
Can we
play.
read that? Okay, look.
Sam
well,
says Ghost is an industry plant, and if you know anything about me, that's my favorite band.
I don't know anything about Ghost, so I obviously don't know anything about you, which works out.
I mean, we're learning, right?
we are
learning about
learning.
each other.
We are learning. Octo-Express doesn't have a controversial name. Well, not that.
Sorry,
industry
we should be
plant was
talking about
controversial.
Splatoon. My bad.
No, we were. It was in reference to the team name.
I got a little heated. Okay. Anyways, let's tone it back.
Clam
Clam
Blitz at
Scorch.
Scorch Gorge. Scorch Gorge. Counterpicked by Octo-Express so they can get their brush back into action. Yes? Yes.
Yes, I agree. Anyways, back to bands. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, we got that out of the way.
No, I'm kidding. Glad we got the Splatoon stuff out of the way. Now I have the mic. I'm kidding. But yeah, so I mean, I expect to see the Luna. We love Lunas in this chat. I'm honestly, I haven't been keeping up with a comp recently, so I'm like, the amount of Lunas that I've been seeing, I'm like, wow, is this big now? Is this a thing?
No. it is
Okay,
not.
cool, got
And
it.
I'm about to say, I don't think you can legally use E-Leader on Clam Blitz, which Asa is saying, you know what, I could use vacuum here. Like, we can just kind of use vacuum in cheeky spots. Oh, that is the Kraken brush. Thank you to Sam for showing the kits. I would have no idea what the kit on that Octo brush would have been without that. There is actually a Kraken that they can use right here on not the ink brush, but the Octo brush. So there you go.
I have such a soft spot for this kit just because I played a lot of Splatoon 1, so I'm like, oh, it's like I'm at home again. But I mean, they needed that entry tool. We are gonna have the entry tool of the VAC, and we are having the entry tool of the Kraken, and we are seeing the Kraken being pocketed right now as the basket is open for the side of Octo-Express, and we are seeing 2 power clams in the basket so far, and we are kind of just tossing a few, just trickling in a few clams, but I feel like that's it for the first push, and Octo-Express is going to be the winner of that first push.
Using the Kraken not so much as a entry tool, which we will probably see using them use in the future of this game here. But I like the way that they're able to get to the basket on their own and then use it as a, hey, you guys stay away from the basket so that we can put some more points in there. Although not a lot of points put up by Octo-Express. They got below 60. I mean, it's better than the pushes they had in the last Clam Blitz game we saw, but they still won anyways. But they got below 60 on their opening push, and now Industry Plant. Ghost may not be one of those. I guess we'll figure that out later. Starting to find ways to retreat. They're not pushing up. This is very funny.
I mean, if you let me have the mic for 30 minutes unabashed, then I can explain my thought process beyond that. But we are seeing Octo-Express.
I don't think Octo-Express will give you the chance, unfortunately.
They are absolutely just throwing clamps into the basket and protecting it even further with that bubble available. Unfortunately, the VAC is going to try and suck up any remaining pressure that Octo-Express has, and they are able to get out of it. But with 3 minutes on the clock, we haven't seen Industry Plant get any points on the board, unfortunately. It feels like Octo-Express, they knew what they were doing with this counter pick. They're like, this is our map mode.
Well, they're doing good so far. We're reaching the halfway mark, but I get the sense it's just going to be one opportunity here for Industry Plant to start pushing up, get control, and get that charger in a good situation where they can start landing some shots like they have been doing with the E-Leader before. And then this game can flip very easily back into Industry Plant's favor. 2 players going down from Octo-Express. Critter is going to force a trade. That's actually a good trade for Critter. By the way, there is a plant planted on the Octo-Express side of the map until they realize, why am I here? I need to go bonk people on the head if they do just that. But once again, more trades coming out. More trades coming out. And trades are just going to keep working into Octo-Express's favor because they have such a decent lead right now with 2 minutes left to go.
For sure, though I will say Asa is in a very scary position right now. You never want the enemy charger on top mid on this map because it's just a kind of a recipe for disaster here as Octo-Express is kind of clumped up on the little right elbow area. It just seems like very scrappy. Octo-Express is they are sitting pretty with the lead that they have, and it just seems like Industry Plant is really trying to get set up, but no matter what they do, they're not able to get set up. Plant is able to trade out the other roller. Good for them, which is really, it buys them top mid, but they broke the barrier in the back from Meat Boy 13, able to sneak past just a cheeky little power slam, and I mean, that's just so offensive.
It's very frustrating for Industry Plant, who's just trying to wait for all their ducks to line up before they start pushing in. Oh, we get the vacuum. We haven't really seen vacuum being used at all. And I mean, maybe they like used it in one spot, we just missed it, but it hasn't really been that effective. Now they got the vacuum ready to go. They have a power clam. They're going to need a lot more clams on top of this as well. But more importantly, they need to get splats, and they need to start putting pressure onto Octo-Express, because the longer they sit around here and wait, the more opportunities for those hammers and those splooshes and those rollers and those krakens to start being popped. And then before you know it, you're back on defense yet again. So yeah, Aces right here, that's good. What are you going to do to take advantage of it before the rush comes? It knocks them out. Yet again, Octo-Express, it just seems like Industry Plant's just a bit too slow in their decision making with what they want to do on this map, and Octo-Express is punishing them for it.
I completely agree. Industry Plant is trying to really just get their bearings, but those bearings are just not able to be found. We do see Plant getting two, looking for the third, able to get the third. Octo-Express is 3 down. That is a delayed wipe. We need to see clams on the board right now, but with that lead, they need a strong clam economy. We need to stagger the clams to keep this basket open. We see the Charger going back and finding more, and 2 are down from Octo-Express. It is just a staggering situation here. Oh my god, I'm on the edge of my seat, Mr. Gunn.
Oh, Meat Boy with the clever play. Realizing let's cut off the supply of clams, didn't try to fight through mid, instead jumped around and flanked, found the one person gathering clams, and with the splat them, instead of trying to take the fight anywhere else there. I believe that was the slosher. So nice heads up, smart play there by Meat Boy number 13, guaranteeing the win from Octo-Express, who made the counter pick, and it looked like such a smart counter pick from them, forced the E-Leader off of the E-Leader onto that vacuum charger, and we really didn't see the vacuum play a role in that game at all. Like they're again, just not giving themselves a lot of opportunities to do anything. Industry Plant waiting for everything to line up perfectly, and Octo-Express isn't going to give you that time to wait because their comp is just so aggressive. They kept forcing things to happen, and finally, when Plant was able to get like a huge triple right there and just blow the doors wide open, gave them a great opportunity. But even then, when they popped the basket, they didn't have a lot of clams to follow up with it, and ultimately Octo-Express able to hold on because of the fact that they were the better team for the first 4 minutes and 30 seconds, was able to weather the storm for the final 30 seconds. Now going to a game 4 with an opportunity to get a revenge set here against the team that sent them down to losers bracket over 3 hours ago.
For sure. I mean, I do agree. That play, that flank that we saw from Meat Boy, it just shows that Splatoon at the end of the day is a game of resources. If you're able to cut off that supply, if you know that the Charger is going to be the one that's going back and getting all the clams, and we know that the 3 people are going to be aggressing forward, let's just try and sneak around the back and cut off that supply. It's basically the same thing if we did Rainmaker. And my eyes deceived me. I thought I was looking at Wahoo World. Thank God I wasn't. We're looking at Zone Tagglefish.
That's right. Wahoo World is not tournament legal.
Thank God. Who said that?
Use it in the Splat World Series, but not here. You have to use boring old maps like Hagglefish Market. This is the counter pick that is being made by Industry Plant. And why are they picking this? Well, they beat Octo-Express earlier on this map. Not this mode, though. They beat them on Tower Control and not on Splat Zone. So why aren't they picking Hagglefish Tower Control? They can't, because Tower Control is their most recent win. However, they haven't beaten them on Splat Zone, so they're allowed to go with Splat Zone. So maybe it's just this map in general they feel like gives them a bit of an advantage against Octo-Express. But, you know.
I know. Has anybody ever told you that you know a lot about this tournament?
People have told me many things about low ink, believe it or not.
You know a lot
Who they
about the
think
tournament.
should be eligible to play in this. How much they think they actually are bad at the game, so that they should be let back into low ink. I mean, I've heard it all.
I think like one of my last DM to you was not asking for a ban. It was asking if I could use your face in a tweet about how my team lost low ink. So,
Yes.
I think.
And I said yes, right? I agree with that.
Well,
Right.
because consent is key when you are using somebody's likeness for a tweet saying that we're bad at the game.
Yeah. I
For sure.
appreciate you asking first.
Absolutely.
But I mean, you know,
But you probably get a ton of people asking, can I get banned? This person should get banned, blah, 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 right?
well, there is the best way to get banned is just to win the tournament forehead, which Octo-Express is 7 games away from doing just that. If they can find a way to close this one out here. Industry Plant has played in 2 straight games, or yes, they played in 2 straight Game 5 sets. They're hoping to make it 3 straight now, although they weren't hoping for that at the beginning of this. They were, but now they're in a situation where they have to do just that. And Splatoon's Hagglefish Market is the pick. We'll be rolling right on into that.
It is match point, by the way, for Octo-Express if they are able to squeak
Yeah.
out the win on this upcoming one. And then we would be seeing them in Grand Finals. So this is Industry Plant's, I believe Industry Plant's last opportunity to be able to make it to Grands. So
And they what in
Arrow
the world?
spray! Arrow spray!
What are we doing here?
Can we get some
What
love
is
for the
this?
arrow spray in chat?
No, we don't need love for the arrow spray. What is that? The false plant that we have all along? Is this arrow spray propaganda? Okay, so Reef Slider does go burr here. I understand that. In fact, I remember in Ink TV Resurgence League, I think it was Robbie won with arrow spray on this map and mode in particular before as well. So it's yeah, but you know, you can't just get splattered right off the bat. You need to be riding that Reef Slider all day long into the zone.
For sure. I mean, I was singing the praises of Aerospray just a few seconds ago, but I would like to see it in play here. Aerospray is down right now. We are seeing Industry Plant just really taking charge of the zone. And I mean, with this map mode specifically, if you lose zone, you kind of are already going to have the team knocking at your door here. So it's going to take an army to get Octo-Express back into the fray. We are seeing specials coming out. Shinigami here trying to make something happen with the brush, including the whale combo. We are seeing a flip. I'm not sure how the flip happened, but
I
maybe
know
you
how
knew.
it happened.
How did it happen?
I know how it happened. The arrow spray, who's been getting demolished so far in the first minute, let's just call it what it is, found a way to slip past and used the Reef Slider on the zone and kept the zone. So there you go. As long as you got the Reef Slider ready to go, you can at least stay in this one. The problem is you got to get some splash to follow up with it.
I mean, I love the kit for Silver Spray. I love the Fizzy Bombs. I love the Reef Slider. I'm just, you know, obviously I haven't been able to play it in comp here. We are seeing the cheeky flips happening, but it's not really buying Octo-Express a lot of purchase, unfortunately. It just seems like this is a one-off last-ditch effort to get in there, which, you know, good for them. I love it. Let's get into it. We are seeing the Killer Whale getting back, targeting everybody in the zone. Shinigami trying to get a pick onto Ace, so we are able to get 3 down from Industry Plant. Unable to find the 4th. We know where the 4th is, just not really quite able to get that kill just yet. And now Octo-Express is back in it, and we are going to be seeing some more Reef Sliders being charged.
You know, our streamer Sam was reading my mind right there. I was thinking, okay, we need to see what the brush is going to do, because that's the best opportunity for Octo-Express to get a dub right here, is that their brush just has to start flanking, have to create distraction and create space for the arrow spray to do what it wants to do in this situation and let everybody else start pushing up, especially with those Zukas that you're using as well. Because, look, we can reslide till the cows come home, but unless you're going to actually hold on to control the zone, you don't have any shot of winning this game, which is the difficulty that you're going to have right here. Because, yeah, you flipped it, but now what are you going to do with it after you flip it with the reslider? Get splatted in the zone, and then it goes right back.
It's just death of 1,000 paper cuts. If you're able to flip the zone enough times and give enough of a penalty, soon we will get it. But I mean, it's not really working out for Octo-Express. I don't think I've seen them bring out the arrow spray at all this tournament. I could be, you know, we need fact checkers to fact check me for that one, but we are seeing the Reef Slider just kind of confirm that we have the zone, which we did have the zone previously. But I mean, strikes are coming out. They are throwing everything in and the kitchen sink at the zone. There is only about a minute or so left, and Industry Plant is sitting quite nicely with their control of the zone here.
I was sliding in the zone with the Reef Slide. Slime, green paint, peanut butter inside. That time they went over the zone. And now look at this, Aerospray. Aerospray trying to spawn camp. Try to go get him, Aerospray. You're just gonna land like 7 shots on that thing, and you'll start getting some splats right here. At least drawing some attention away as the sloshers doing everything they can to swat this fly. That's gonna be, okay, you're not near the zone as you're doing that. And now there's gonna get a reslide from behind. Oh, surprise! That's gonna be lead for Octo-Express.
I'm sorry for doubting you, Octo-Express, but I mean, the way that they play it, the way that they play the arrow spray, they play it just like the sploosh, which is essentially what we've seen them be playing the entire tournament. So it's only natural that they're going to be flanking. They're going to be like, hey, look at me, you want to kill me so bad. But I mean, if they don't have that attention, then they aren't able to hold the zone. As we can see, Industry Plant is, there's only 10 ticks left, and we don't see anybody spraying the zone in purple.
That's gonna do it.
Yep.
Industry Plant.
We're going to a game 5.
We're going to a game 5. We're gonna happen. You said the airspray was gonna be all over it, and now here we are in game 5. LA, look, we're talking about the airspray because it's different. It wasn't the aerospray's.
No shade to the aerosspray. You played fantastically.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they
yeah.
lost, so there's no honor in losing.
Can you be nice?
But, no. Why? Why would I do that?
My bad.
What do I have to gain for being nice like that? Anyways, what do we?
We don't know what game. I'm hoping that it's gonna be Rainmaker Wahoo World.
Okay. Oh wait, what? Rainmaker Wahoo World?
Yes, I was hoping
what you're hoping for.
I was hoping that you would fact check me, but
I mean, you can hope for whatever you want. If that's where your hopes kind of lies, you're gonna.
I love being full of hope and whimsy.
Well, that's all you can really ask out of this world is that.
True.
But yeah, you're not. Don't get too hopeful right here because that's probably not. Unless they find some way to just like break the rules. I mean, even if you gentlemen to Rainmaker, you can't do it on the site.
Okay, so what are our
Rainmaker
options
Wahoo.
for? What are our mode options here?
Okay, so who is this? Octo-Express? They
Yeah.
can't pick Clam Blitz because that's their most
They
recent
can't
win.
pick zones or clams.
No, they can pick zones. So it's just your most recent win.
Oh, okay.
So they can go back to zones, which they want to, but instead they want to give variety to this set, and they're going to Rainmaker and Undertow. So be it. I mean, yeah. I mean, you got to be thinking about what can we do to kind of minimize that E-leader, maybe get them off of E-leader onto a different weapon. What can we do to kind of maximize the silliness we like to bust out here? Sometimes go in Brush, Roller, and Sploosh, which you probably could get away with on a map like this as well. So yeah, smart pick, unless they lose. This is a bad one.
Maybe they should press ZR and try winning.
That's really, I mean, with all the content coming out this past couple of weeks, as the community tries to figure out how we can get better in the Splat World Series, nobody has yet to make a video that says just hold ZR more. And honestly, I think that's kind of a lack of oversight in our communities.
Honestly, like, I need to start content creation right now because that is the lack of, you know, there's a blind spot there. I need to make an hour-long video saying press ZR and you'll win. And, you know, arguably it does equal wins, but that's just me. But anyways, Rainmaker Undertow, it is the stalemate map of all time, and I love this map because it is the meme where it's like the illusion of choice. everybody goes left. There's no way you're going right.
Yes, and going right kind of makes sense if you want to just get a quick checkpoint, because it is sometimes a little bit easier one, especially if the team overcommits to defending the opposite checkpoint. But it has to be a decision you make in the moment, kind of a heads-up play right here. Another Game 5 for Industry Plant. If they win this one, they'll move on to Grand Finals. If they lose, they'll be rating the stream and watching it with the rest of us. I guess that goes true for either team. There's the Kraken Brush coming out yet again from Octo-Express to go along with Meat Boy Sploosh. Asa's going to be rocking it with that E-Leader to see if they can take advantage of the height and the length that they can use on top of the snipe area right there.
I feel refreshed knowing that I haven't seen a pencil this set. We are seeing the Claws gal come out, which I am pleased to see. We're seeing Shinigami here trying to take some cheeky kills, but no, Big Noob saw an entryway, and we're like, all right, let's go. We're gonna take it, and we were able to squeeze out maybe 15 points from that, but unfortunately, I feel like Industry Plant just was not ready for a push there, but I mean, hey, if you see an opportunity, just run it, I guess.
Yeah, they saw as a chance, like, oh, maybe I can just kind of catch them overcommitting to defending the other checkpoint, and I get the opposite one, but realize that, oh, wait, there's curling bombs coming my way. And instead of being a little bit patient with Hori, it just kind of went forward to see if they could make something happen, which they didn't. Minute gone by, though. Essentially a tie game at this point because somebody is going to clear a checkpoint sooner or later. The question is going to be who's going to break out of mid. It looks like Industry Plant has been doing a better job of pushing paint up right here. I don't think they realize the Meat Boy's right along that edge until everybody just gets marked by something. Does the Claws have point sensor? I'm wondering. Somebody got marked.
I don't think so. I think it has the marker thing.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Okay.
I know a lot about Splatoon. Yeah, it has the marker thing, and you press ZR, and then you swim, and then you go. And we are seeing Critter here holding the Rainmaker, pushing it forward into mid, hoping to put some points on the board. Unfortunately, the map is very yellow right now. It doesn't seem like Octo-Express is in a state to really push the Rainmaker anywhere, but what choice do we have? We are being pushed back, unfortunately, all the way to their own checkpoint here, and Critter is being chased down within an inch of their life. It is just a cluster, oh my goodness, but, you know, that happened.
It did, and there is an, oh wait, no. Octo, Meat Boy's the last player left alive. Just gonna use this hammer to see if there's something I can do that I can post on Twitter here. Maybe? Nah, trade. Ended up working out somewhat, providing some jumps. Maybe? Yeah, this pushes it. This push definitely isn't over right here. But it does reset, though. Stall out just long enough. About to say the E-Leader was the last player left alive. But now they're going to be able to get in position. And this is where I start thinking about, do we opt to go to the right? It's right there.
It's right there.
I mean,
it's right there.
Spawn, but...
I mean, I will say the left is pre-painted already, and it just seems like people are trying to take attention from the right side. So we are just able to squeak out a lead, but unfortunately not able to break the check. That is why this is the stalemate map mode of all time. And we are seeing Critter able to dunk it and get the checkpoint for Octo-Express, which does put them in a good scenario. Meat Boy is going to try the flank that we all know and love from the Sploosh this time, their home weapon. But unfortunately they get tagged from behind. Oh, Wavebreaker making an impact in 2025?
I wonder if without that Rainmaker, they're able to find a way to get it. Well, they're going to try it again. Let's go with the brush this time around. No Wavebreaker needed. We're able to pick up on the Sploosh or the flank. And Asa's just going for it right here. Picking it up, just going to the left. There's only 2 players alive for the side of Octo-Express. And just trying to rush it right there. Critter's sitting right there. It's such an easy splat for Critter to get. And now the Rainmaker's just going to be stuck here in all this purple ink. And check that. Octo-Express with Soda is going to just grab the Rainmaker and see what they can do with it. Trying to take it back to mid. I don't want to die near this left checkpoint.
Oh my god,
though.
no!
That is not a good place to get splatted.
Wait,
they survived
survive?
that. That would have been disastrous if they got splatted right there.
This match is like pulling teeth. I don't know what's going on, but it feels like nobody is able to get past that checkpoint, that little elbow area. We just can't get through it, unfortunately. We are seeing the Rainmaker favoring the side of Octo-Express right here, but I mean, it's just the defenses are so strong. We are seeing 2 down from Octo-Express. This is going to give Industry Plant a good opportunity to push forward, but I mean, the Rainmaker does have to move across half of the map, essentially, and in that time frame, they're already back and already in your face again. That's just the nature of how this map mode goes.
Yellow's able to slip through everybody and ultimately gets the splat on the Rainmaker. That won't be the end of the game, though. There's plenty of time for Industry Plant to pop the Rainmaker, but they have to get back to it. Only one player's left alive. It's the Splatling. They have to pop it right now. I don't think they can outpaint that. Can they pop it, pick it up in time? No! Just frames away. They pop it, they grab it. But Little Judd said, nah, I already called game. By the end of it, Octo-Express gets revenge on the only team to beat them today and are going to grand finals.
I'm genuinely speechless. That match was just a stalemate, huge stalemate. But at the end of the day, it was just who was able to squeak it out a little bit closer. Amazing performance from Octo-Express. I mean, they clawed their way through the entirety of losers just to get right back at the team that beat them at the start. It's really just it's almost a movie. This is the Low Ink August movie.
This is how Low Ink's always go. So watch out, there's about to be a bracket reset coming out here, as Octo-Express looks to be one of the few teams in the entire history of Low Ink to win the tournament after losing round 1 of Alpha Bracket. To do it, they'll have to beat one of the best teams, well, the best team left remaining. Last ditch effort, Forge is good. I don't agree with that statement, but we'll get you ready for that set coming up soon. We're going to take a quick break. You guys are going to use the bathroom. You're going to get your popcorn. You're going to Google Industry Plants on TikTok, I guess, because that's what people do. And we'll be right back with Grand Finals of Low Ink here on IPL.
Oh.
No.
Hello and welcome back. Hello and welcome
not
back
hear
to
the
Low Ink
countdown?
Grand Finals. My name is Nell, and I am joined with the lovely Pop Gun. You may have heard him. You may have heard of this guy. I don't know him though.
You didn't hear the countdown from Sam, did you?
I didn't hear that you wanted me to lead in.
I said you lead in.
Oh, my bad.
And I
Sorry.
could, now, to be fair, I could have meant you or Sam, I guess.
No, okay,
You know, there might
that's
have been-
that's my apologies. We should just cancel the stream.
Okay. You want to try again? Whenever you're
Hi, welcome to Low Ink August. I was gonna say April.
ready. You want to try again?
I'm never getting another commentary gig ever again after this.
Commentaries.
You get kicked out of commentary +1. Yeah,
No.
you're about to get voted out of that. Guaranteed.
Well, hopefully I can make it up to you guys in these grand finals set. This is Last Ditch Effort Forge is Good versus Octo-Express. If you just were tuning in before the break, we witnessed Octo-Express claw their way through losers bracket all the way to grand finals right here. And if they do manage to win against Last Ditch Effort Forge is Good, we are going to be forcing a bracket reset. And honestly, with the way that they've been playing, it's not out of the cards.
Last ditch effort Forge is good. Now, just because they win Low Ink doesn't make that statement true, correct? We can agree on that? That
I mean, it's your call, really.
it's my call. Well, no, it's something we have to agree on.
Okay.
It can't be something that I call.
Okay, let's say in the final match, if Last Ditch Effort Forge is Good wins the set, then yeah, maybe it is good.
All right, fine.
It's good. Yeah, it's good.
I disagree. I don't think. By the way, when have we had like rotating colors on our overlay here? Has
Oh,
that been a thing for all these years and I just now
quite
noticing
nice.
that? There's no way.
Beautiful.
It's got to be brand new.
Shout out to whoever made the overlay.
Shoutouts to industry plants as well. You know, everybody got their role. Shout out to Forge Pro. Last Ditch Effort Forge Pro. Are they actually using Last Ditch Effort? That is the question. The answer is yes. They're also using Ninja Squid, which is definitely a choice that can be made. Yellow, that is not a roller that you're using. Are you aware? Well, you just got eliminated. So maybe you are.
We are seeing two go down at the start here. LDE Forge is Good is in charge of the zone right now, but once again, it is only the first like 30 seconds of the match, so it is anybody's game. Fritter on the heavy edit is pushing up as much as possible with the tacticooler boost that we see going on here. Overall, both teams are pretty even here. It's just a back and forth slap fight that we all know and love in Grands. And once again, the slap fight just continues. We do see TK trying to just take the zone here. Meat Boy trying to get the hammer out, unfortunately getting canceled.
How do you get sliced from the stamper there when you got the hammer going? A nice little cancel from LDE Forge. By the way, LDE has been having a little bit of a wait right here. I've got to say about an hour of wait for this set to get started. It's the curse of winning winners bracket versus Octo-Express, who did have a bit of a break in the middle of their losers run, but have been playing pretty fresh up to the point. Not a lot of rust being shown by LDE at the very start of this one, which should be kicking in pretty soon, considering how many points they're racking up right here. Very close to getting the KO.
I'm surprised that nobody's really pushing up, but then I realized that they have a lot of specials and they probably know more about the game state than I do, so we are seeing Shinigami on the rush that we've seen them play throughout this entire tournament. We are seeing the zone being in charge of Octo-Express. This is the first time that they are in charge of the zone. They feel like they're just trying to get their bearings here. We're gonna need to push up sooner or later just to prevent the upcoming stampede from LDE Forge, but two do go down from LDE Forge, and the final two members are just trying to flip the zone, and they are able to flip it, giving a small little penalty to Octo-Express.
Octo-Express, who, by the way, is not using the arrow spray. What's up with that?
I mean, how can we use arrow spray when we're getting our hammers canceled on?
I mean, now that I think about it, like this is a completely different comp, other than the heavy edit, obviously, in the rush. But now they got the Octo shot coming up here, and the person that was using the arrow spray is using a different Luna blaster. They haven't been using all tournament long, or at least all set long that we've been seeing them here. Problem is, last-ditch effort Forge is good when they have control of the zone, and they've been able to build up so many points because of this. It's going to be hard for Octo-Express to land the flanks necessary to get control of the zone and have the specials ready to go to hold onto it. And they're just trying to stave off being KO'd over and over again. Still 2 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for them to get established in this game.
I completely agree, and I do think that maybe with the time that they had in between sets, maybe they were able to take a look at the stream and see what Octo-Express was cooking up, what their game plan was. And I mean, we know that they love to flank. We aren't really seeing as many flanks work out, unfortunately, in this game. It just seems like they keep getting canceled. We are seeing 3 go down from TK. Beautiful wipeout for LDE Forge, and it is just absolutely a bloodbath.
And they have the Zukas. Well, actually, there's fire. They get a couple of splats with that thing. 2 more players from Octo-Express instantly go down, and now more specials being built up by the Forge team. Although there is some ready to go online coming out. Here comes the hammer with Soda in their system and Ink Strikes they can use once again to flip the zone back to their favor if they get some splats on top of it. But again, the problem is they had to use all of their specials just to get to this point. Now they have to start pushing up, or else they're just going to lose the zone yet again. They have to take the fight up to LDG, to the Forge Pro's good team, and it doesn't seem like they're too eager to do just that.
We still have a lot of time on the board to work with, though. Well, not really, there's 1 minute left, but I think in Splatoon terms, that's enough time to make something happen here. But LDE Forge, they have this type of, like, iron wall of a defense here. We are seeing a flank from the Brush player, and it does work out for them. They are able to get a cheeky pick with the combination of the Whale and the Brush wombo combo. And it does allow them to have control of the zone, but it just seems like they just seem to be in a staggered state, unfortunately. We are seeing Critter pushing up with the Tacticooler to take the lead here. Unfortunately, I just feel like one member is always down. They're just in a staggered state. 2 down on both sides, 3 down from LDE Forge. That's a good opportunity for them to push forward.
This is a... Wait, hold on. Octo-Express isn't going to win this, are they?
They may.
They're not going to win this, are they? Are you serious?
It's not
Are you
over.
serious? We're doing this? Okay.
What did I say? I said there's enough time.
There was. I mean, it was enough time to, like, reheat one singular slice of pizza in a microwave. But apparently it was also enough to Octo-Express to finally get control zone and create a lockout and get all the splats necessary without having to burn their specials to do so. Okay.
I didn't know Octo-Express were those guys, but maybe they are those guys. I mean, well, I loved all of the flanks that we did see. I'm not sure that the Hammer Luna worked out for them as well as the Sploosh did for them, but I saw the vision, and they were able to squeak out a win here. Now it's a counter pick on LDE Forge is good, and I can only really imagine what they're going to pull out.
Well, we won't have to wait too long, or at least I hope we won't have to, otherwise it's going to be a long set that we're going to get through here. Keep in mind, Octo-Express has got to win 5 games to close out this tournament. They'll have to win this set in a best of 5, and that would force a bracket reset. We would do everything all over again. If LDE Forge is good, wins this set right here, the tournament's over. So it's a race to 3 right now, and we've had, I think, 4 months in a row of a bracket reset in Grand Finals. So it's been quite a time to get through this one. But Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Dime is the counter pick coming up here from LDE. Forge is good. Octo-Express, let's see, we saw them win on this earlier in the tournament. Well, I mean, they've played it so much in losers, they probably played every map at this point.
I mean, they trudged through the entirety of losers bracket, so I mean, this is probably a walk in the park for them, but I will say that, I mean, LDE Forge is good. In the first half of that match, it was just like, we know what you're doing. We know exactly what you're doing. We're going to snuff it out every single time. But the one time that they didn't, Octo-Express took that and they ran with it. So, I mean, with a map that has the ability to be so flat and so flanky and so messy, I want to know what LDE Forge's game plan is here. Obviously, there's going to be an LDE Forge.
Yeah, I think that is their game plan. Just be better.
And press ZR.
I mean, that is a requirement, I think, to actually win at some point. I don't
Maybe
think
at
Splatoon
some
is a
point.
Luigi wins by doing nothing kind of game.
No,
Here
we
we go.
win. I paint the zone by just putting out a bunch of beacons. Yay, heavy edit gameplay, not a charger in sight. Nature's healing.
Well, I doubt we need
Pat.
to look to lowing to see if nature is healing, but in this corner of the world, yes. Pencil's not actually very popular at lowing level at all. It hasn't been for a while now. It was one of the reasons why you can get away with doing a little bit of different things here, but we do see the Zipcaster Stamper being used by LD Forge is good. And I need to just call them Team Forge because I don't know what I'm saying that out loud all the time. Hey, Beat Boy, that hammer is not going to go well against the Splatlings. Splatlings love to fight hammer players because they win every time.
I can attest to that, but I will say that heavy edit kind of short range players. So, I mean, I've been seeing Critter from Octo-Express be the person who's spearheading the pushes a little bit. I feel like they're always one of the farthest ones up with that aggression. Unfortunately, they are going to have to back up and possibly jump out because we are seeing, well, I don't know why they didn't jump out. My bad. But Fire is going to take that opportunity to push forward and toss a clam into the basket, starting their push.
We are going to see them. No, they're not going to do the thing. that I think they're doing.
What
Hey,
do
we
you
got an
mean?
awkward 1v1. Is TK just going to... TK realizes they can go throw a clam in there, right? No. They do win the 1v1 fight. The basket does close. The question is going to be can Ford hold it onto the spot, and TK is going to make sure they do just that, getting a nice flat on top of it. It is holding down this area, so this push, while it could have been extended by TK throwing in those two clams right there, it's still going to be extended because TK opted to hold this very key spot that they're going to need to do to get another push there.
For sure. They could have extended it, but they opted instead not to. Maybe now TK will probably try and back up to play it safe and allow their team to have some jumps in. Unfortunately, it does seem to be a delayed wipe for the side of LDE Forge, which is going to give Octo-Express the time to, you know, play with and paint the map blue, which is exactly what they need. I'm not really sure how everybody's dodging everything in this game. I feel like we got a little bit of a... I don't know, man. This is the match of all time.
Yellow definitely had a Looney Tunes rough-row moment of seeing the splat bomb and getting out of there in just the nick of time. I guess the suction bomb did. But Forge has been boxed into their own zone for a hot minute right now. Oh, that's never lucky, but sometimes luck does help out with hammer throws just like that. Beat Boy doing a good job of getting into a key position right here. The basket is popped and has plenty of clams, or at least
Oh,
did
no.
to throw at the basket. Just need a few more to get the lead right here. That's not going to happen as Ford does clean everything up. Meat Boy jumps back in and does survive to allow him to hold down Ford through mid and get another splat onto the splatter shot. 2 minutes left to go right now. Octo-Express doesn't have the lead, but we feel like they're the team that's in the more comfortable position right now.
For sure. I mean, whoever has the purchase of the other team's plat is definitely in the advantageous state. So we are seeing Red just kind of unfortunately displaced, and the Booyah Bomb is not going to find much purchase. We're seeing everything and the kitchen sink being tossed at this basket for LDE Forge is good. Octo-Express is not letting up. However, they are going to have to just step back a little bit and make sure that we do not wipe here. And LDE Forge is good. They do have ample amount of time, and I believe just enough clams to be able to keep them in this race here. Red is trying to keep hold of mid, trying to keep paint up, but we are going to need a game plan to come out soon. Hopefully with the Zuka, we're going to be able to find somebody here. Oh, but not if the roller has anything to do with it.
When the shark jumps out of the ocean and takes your head off when you're not least expecting it. It's what it's like to kind of play against the roller when they're sharking along the edge, right? They're Fire doing a good job of taking the fight to mid. Is this just a race to the basket right here? And if it is, Octo-Express is going to win it because they shut down the one player that was trying to kind of make a hero play at the basket. Really, there's plenty of time here for LTE. They don't need to try to force anything. They can get control in mid. Push up with that Booyah Bomb. Oh, that Booyah Bomb places in such a good spot. They would have forced players instead. They don't try to capitalize off it. They keep trying to shark and wait for something to happen into their favor. Here comes the zip caster right now as we got one player down on each side. TK trying to get another splat. It's going to be this white versus yellow is going to be key for how this set is going to end right here. And it looks like TK gets the better end of that. Will it be enough for Forge to get the lead here in overtime?
We will see. I will say most of the map is orange here, so we are seeing Meat Boy flanking from behind, able to pop the basket and break the barrier. And that is all that was needed in order to guarantee the win. Oh my goodness.
Nothing gets past our streamer, Sam. They knew. They're probably the only player in the lobby that was aware that, oh, this person picking it up. And they wouldn't recognize Meat Boy was doing that play because they waited for the last second to pick up an 8th clam that would have given away their location. So they expertly held on the 7, waited for that right opportunity, throw a curling bomb, then pick up the clam. And by the time they realize what's about to happen, it's too late. Octo-Express, considering they played a lot of Splatoon, like a lot of Splatoon in this tournament with all the loser sets they've been playing, are making some really sharp heads-up plays that we're not used to seeing out of a team in their position that lost round 1. Usually we see teams start to be a little bit more brain dead. Octo-Express hasn't hit that wall yet.
I mean, if I were in their position, I would be needing my 4th cup of coffee. Let's put it this way. I don't think I would be astute to those types of plays, those opportunities. I mean, then again, I don't have the brain of a sploosh player. I mean, that being able
That's
to...
a good thing.
Hey now. All right, not too much. No, but we are going to be going over to Zone Mahi, which, I mean, knowing how small this map is and how volatile things can get, I'm not really sure why we're picking this map in specific. I'm happy to see it. I love Mahi zones, but I mean, with how volatile Octo-Express is playing and how these flanks are working out for them, I don't know if this is the right play.
So they picked this against Industry Plant, and they won on it there. So this is probably just like their, okay, if we absolutely need to get a win, this is the map we can do it. But also, LDE Forge has got to win 3 games in a row. If they lose once, they force the bracket reset gets forced, and then we're just back to 0 anyways. So it might be good for them just to, okay, let's try out how this counter pick works for us. If it doesn't, then we know we don't need to use it in the next set. And if it does work out for us, okay, this gives us, even though we have to win 3 in a row, this might give us more information about what we'd like to do counter pick wise if this were to go to a bracket reset. So there's something to be gained from this, even if this is a dub that goes into Octo-Express's favor.
For sure. I mean, LDE Forge, they have that comfort of knowing that, I mean, we still have the bracket reset if we do this. So we aren't seeing many comp changes on the side of LDE Forge. We are seeing the shot come out as opposed to, I believe it was a roller. I mean, take that with a grain of salt. It's been a longish day. We are seeing Meat Boy no longer on the sploosh. We're seeing them pick the Luna Blaster, unfortunately going down from TK with that range that Splatana Stamper is known to have. And so, I mean, overall, LDE Forge is in charge of the zone currently, but I mean, as we know, Mahi is very volatile, and that could change.
So when they played Industry Plant here in the Winners Final, LDE Forge got off to a bit of a slow start, but was able to kind of turn on the Jets once they got control of the zone and once the map kind of lowered down. They played the map the way it's supposed to be played. So Octo-Express will get the lead right here. The question is going to be how many points do they rack up once the zone starts getting lower. So it looks like they'll be able to hold on to it long enough. Yeah, the water level starting to drop right now. Can they hold on to this long enough? Because if LDG Forge can get control of this map now that it's at this stage, they'll have a good opportunity to create something with it.
For sure. I mean, as I was watching the player and I was like, yep, we're just waiting for the water to drop so that we can have more more map space to farm our specials here. Shinigami on the brush, absolutely tearing it up and getting 2 here. Perfect opportunity for LDE Forge to kind of settle into mid. Now that they have a lot more space to play around with, they are just preparing for the push that's going to come their way. We don't see a lot of specials on board right now. We are seeing a Zip Caster and some strikes being put out, but I don't really see anybody pushing in with those with 2 down from Octo-Express. Just seems like these, I mean, we like the idea of these pushes, but it just seems like they keep getting canceled out by LDE Forge.
Yeah, this is why they counterpick it. Once they get them watered down, they know what spots they need to take, and they just kind of flip the switch. So they're more than happy, it seems like, to not have lead early on in this one, because once the water level's gone down, they've been pretty much unstoppable in the last 2 sets that they've played here. Is there an opportunity for Octo-Express? That brush going down is not going to help. Wheat Boy is going to be trying to attack the zone. Does get a splat on the zone, and it did look like the zone gets stalled out for just a frame, but it doesn't work out. LDE Forge, yes, they win this one. They extend this first set if it gets to it. But they have stopped the bleeding, at least, and they've found a counterpick that seems to work out for them.
For sure, but I mean, now we're gonna have to deal with the counterpick from Octo-Express that works for them. So this is going to be the first time in this set that Octo-Express is going to be counter-picking, so I'm curious to see what they're going to pick, or if they're just going to go with the usual Inkblot tower.
It could. I mean, I doubt they're going to, though. They haven't really picked that one as a while. In fact, my brain's just kind of fried. I can't really think of what their usual counter-picks have been up to this point. We know they can't pick Clam Blitz, because that's their most recent one. They can go back to Splat Zones if they wanted to. But considering that it's lost on Splat Zones, I doubt it. So maybe they're thinking more tower control, or maybe they want to go back to Undertow Rainmaker. They have options to go with. The Octo-Express has been consistently kind of picking Clam Blitz, though, haven't they?
Yeah.
Scorch Gorge comes to mind. But that, you kind of think about, okay, Octo-Express making counterpicks based off who their opponent is. They're not playing against the Charger like they have been the previous 2 sets leading up to this that we see on stream. Now they're going up against a Splatling.
Maybe
as
we
you
can
pointed
see,
out, no pencil.
Maybe we could see Crableg Rainmaker come back. The beautiful map that Strings picked.
What?
The map that Strings picked.
I thought you meant like Sam had put it out there or something.
No, that was from my own brain. But I mean, I will say LDE Forge, they do have that. They have a safety net going for them. If they miss this, they obviously, in order to win the set quickly, they need to win the next 2 matches. But I mean, yeah, the way that Octo-Express has been playing, I wouldn't put a bracket reset out of the equation just yet. LDE Forge, like you said, they stopped the bleeding, but we are going to need to see them kind of keep it up with these next 2. But like I said, they do have that safety net of having a bracket reset. But we aren't going to be I made up a new word for when I commentate. We're not going to be hypotheticalizing much longer. It's going to be Rainmaker Humpback.
Hypotheticalizing.
Yeah, do you like it?
No.
Oh.
That's hard to say correctly.
Theorizing is a better word for it.
Yes,
we won't be theorizing.
I'm sure there's like actual English definitions that could be used to.
Hypothesizing. Yes. I used to be an English major. Emphasis on used to be.
Used to be. You know what?
Yes.
We all used to be something, and now today we're all watching Splatoon. That's what we are. And we are also Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, which is the counterpick coming out here from Octo-Express. Makes sense. They like to do with the Rainmaker when they get an opportunity to do it. I think they prefer to go to Clam Blitz, but you already won there. But you got 2 counterpicks to work with right here. Let's try the Rainmaker, the more riskier one first. And if that doesn't work out, then maybe you do something a bit more tower control-y, Splat zone-y. See how that works out. But Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track, a new counterpick coming out here, at least as far as we've seen last couple of sets from Octo-Express.
I mean, Octo-Express, their playstyle is very fluid. I feel like they like to play around an objective that can be controlled by the players, which is a really, really strong ability in this game. Tower control just wouldn't do that, and zones won't always do that. We are seeing the return of the, I believe it's the Stars Octo Brush. I could be wrong name, but it is the new one with the Kraken on it. We did see the Kraken come out earlier for that. That just seems to be their Rainmaker pick, and then obviously LDE Forge on the side of LDE Forge. Nobody's surprised there.
And a hammer that's going to be used pretty shortly, and just used to try to get a hammer flip off of it. Doesn't connect. Oh, but something else does. Did a splat bomb land to take out those two players? That opens up the door. Was his first shot. Meat Boy expertly waiting. I only counted 2. There's another Zoot. You got another one in the chamber. Wait for them to fire it, then we'll take the checkpoint. Can they get more on top of this? No. Because there's a wheel bomb back there that nobody really saw. Nicely played by LDE Forge. Although Octo-Express does get the checkpoint out of the way.
For sure. I mean, Octo-Express was coming in hot with this counter pick. However, I mean, I shouldn't have said however. They're continuing this, moving all the way down to 43 points. And I mean, if they're able to get through this checkpoint, all we need is to be able to follow this Kraken around. But unfortunately, we are going to be jumped by literally everybody on the team. Just the LDE Forge is left standing here. And we are going to be throwing everything at the Rainmaker just to stop this push from happening. Oh my goodness, and we do get a beautiful double from the side of LDE Forge, effectively canceling that push in its tracks. But I mean, 27 points, it's not impossible to go against that. However, we're going to need a lot of team coordination.
Good Booyah Bomb because they were throwing where the jumps were coming in. And if they don't throw that Booyah Bomb, the push might still be going for Octo-Express. A very annoying push to bust out right there, and 27 remaining. The question is going to be what is the response about to hear from Forge as they're able to get the checkpoint? Yes. Despite the Kraken attempting to slice them wide open, they are able to get the checkpoint. And a pretty decent opportunity to get the lead right here, actually. Reds got the Rainmaker and a convoy there to protect them. And they survived yet another attempt at a hammer split right there. Oh, but moving up just a little bit too early. Who's the hero that made that? Was it the brush?
I think it was the brush, but I saw a curling ball, possibly from Critter. But either way, beautiful a cancel there. We were able to wipe out literally everybody from E-Forge, putting a pin in that push for now. And now Octo-Express is kind of back in the fray, already pushing forward exactly in the position that LDE Forge was in just a few seconds ago. But unfortunately, they're getting canceled once again. It's just back and forth, and no team is giving each other purchase to move.
I like that the Rainmaker stepped up in the pocket right there. The Booyah Bomb being thrown behind them. All right, I'm just going to run forward and keep the Rainmaker.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Did you have ink armor? What was that?
Anyways, now we're at one point.
Like all the splatling shots out of nowhere and just one remaining. Oh my
goodness. Beautiful Hail Mary final push from Octo-Express. Honestly, like they were just like, I don't care if my life is on the line, I'm gonna push this as much as I can, you'll have to stop me. And we were able to stop it, unfortunately, but now LDE Forge is gonna have to get the knockout if they want to prevent the inevitable bracket reset that's gonna happen if they aren't able to get a KO.
A minute 20 left to go, plenty of time. All it takes is one wipeout, and the game is over in Forge's favor. The problem is, they're just not really... Okay, yeah, now you gotta just kind of run away with the Rainmaker to this opposite side. That's not gonna work out. This just feels like the end of the set right here. It feels like a bracket reset. I mean, look, you're getting all these splats. You're trying to go the opposite way.
It works sometimes.
The dunk on this one's difficult to do. If they... This little backdoor push right here. There goes one player.
Okay,
how does Zipcaster's all the way up top there? If they can find a way to get a splat on the left side, but there goes Bazooka. This push still isn't over yet, though.
No, not at all. I mean, there's still an opportunity to push from the left side, but I feel like now that Octo-Express is privy to it, it's pretty much game over for the left side push. But everybody's here. Red is trying to push through the Booyah Bomb. Unfortunately, gets canceled out from Meat Boy, and it is just an absolute mess. It is a last-ditch effort of last-ditch efforts, and I mean, that is the team name. Last-ditch effort. Forge is good, but we are seeing 15 seconds left on the clock, and we're still fighting on the left side, even though the Rainmaker is kind of just sitting in a very awkward spot, unfortunately.
That's gonna do it.
Yeah.
That is gonna do it. We are going to. Well, it's just gonna go overtime, I think, unless it doesn't. There it is. All aboard! Choo choo! The Octo-Express has forced a bracket reset. After losing in round 1, they've been on about a 4-hour winning streak, and it continues here in Grand Finals.
Oh my goodness, I am very excited to see how this bracket reset is going to go. I mean, you said earlier, it feels like Low Ink has, for the past few months, has been on a trend of bracket resets, right?
It has been. It definitely has been.
Oh my
Which
gosh.
is which we had such a long stretch without a bracket reset. But here we are. Once again, Octo-Express is saying, let's do that one more time. And that is the... Now, officially, everyone in this 100-team Low Ink tournament has lost at least twice. That is the second set loss for LDE Forge is good. And we're now entered into triple elimination mode. First team to get their third loss here is going to be the one eliminated.
This is such a bloodthirsty Low Ink. I feel like probably because it's the end of the summer and we're like, all right, let's have everybody play as much as we can before like school and other responsibilities comes back to bite us. So, I mean, I'm excited to see it. I mean, LDE Forge, they have what it takes. They fought to get here, but I think that Octo-Express fought through the entirety of losers bracket all the way to force a bracket reset, and we're starting on ship-shaped zones. So I mean, I can't hypotheticalize anymore. We're getting right into it.
Keon, to answer your question, has a team ever won Low Ink after losing round 1 of Alpha bracket in a double elimination format? The answer is yes. The most famous example was January of 2022, where Low Ink beat oh gosh, access denied in a game 5 bracket reset Clam Blitz at Snapper Canal. I'm sure there's like one other team that's probably done that, but it doesn't happen often. I know for a fact it has happened at least once, because Lowe's versus Access Denied was one of my favorite sets of all time in Low Ink. Octo-Express looking to join that very, very small and limited club. But to do so, they're going to have to go up against an LDE Forge's good team that really just has to win one game here, and all of a sudden they're leading in the set, and everything that just happened before this doesn't matter. So it all comes down to game 1 right here. We're at a clean slate. No more Rainmaker humpback shenanigans. It's straight up splat zones. Let's roll up our sleeves and find out who's better right here. Because when you think about it, look, game 1 last time, splat zones. Yeah, Octo-Express squeaked out a win somehow at the end right there. But LDE Forge is good has been the better splat zone team as a whole of the course of this entire set that they just played.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. So we are getting right into it. I mean, like you said, LDE Forge has showed that they are the more accomplished Splat Zones team. I mean, we know Octo-Express is their comfort picks are Rainmaker and Clam Blitz, those more volatile, we are player first and the game second kind of picks here. But that doesn't mean they're out of it just yet. We are seeing the zone in favor of LDE Forge. Shinigami trying to make something happen, but 2 are down from Octo-Express. Unfortunately, we are going to have to back up, and it's just, we're not really, we, as in Octo-Express, is not really given any ample opportunity to set up at all. We're trying our hardest to put the zone here.
This rush is it's just like, can somebody else? I can only wave my little arms so much to throw paint onto this zone. They do stall it out, but Red's in a really good offensive position for this one. And yes, the jumping splatling. If you're either ready for it or you're not, but it gives you a little bit of extra if you're a splatling player, able to win the 1v1 against the Luna Blaster. And now Red's in a really good position over here, throwing stuff to the rest of their teammates. This is what Forge does on splat zones. Keeping the trend going.
The thing is that Forge is incredibly good at lockout scenarios, and Octo-Express has been able to contest that with smart flanks, but I mean, with this map, how many smart flanks can you really do? There's only really one way to go, unfortunately.
So this is the situation we were in last time, right? Where Octo-Express just kind of kept hanging around, and then eventually, at the end of the game, that's when they turn on the Jets and they get the dub, and then flip the entire set on its head. Forge needs to put this one away right now. This needs to be their KOing push. They don't need to give Octo-Express time to figure this set out, and time for the Brush to make plays like that. How does the Brush keep getting back here? They can't keep getting away with this.
It's just Brush doing Brush things as they tend to do. The Brush goes where the Brush pleases. We are seeing both Red and TK in the area of their spawn, and it's just not really an advantageous position for them just yet. What we really want is the bridge here. That's what we're fighting for, as is Fire doing with the Booyah Bomb. We are going to be able to flip the zone here and give some penalty to Octo-Express to prevent that inherent push. But I mean, Fire's gonna have to back up because there's a Brush in my face again. I mean, the Brush is doing what the Brush does and slapping around everybody they can get their hands on. So that can only do so much.
I think all 4 players fired their weapon at the same time at that Brush, because they understand, like, okay, this Brush keeps getting behind us, and that keeps being the issue that we have to deal with. We need to get this flat on the Brush immediately, and they do that yet again. Here come the Ink Strikes, but the Brush isn't there to capitalize off of it, so those are just going to be taken away. Meat Boy's going to go in and fight into Ink Strikes, but again, the Brush isn't there to help out with that. Is this going to be KO? It is. And Forge, who lost the bracket and I've got forced into a bracket reset, now find themselves up 1-0 and in control of this final set.
For sure. I mean, the set's not over, but this is a very strong opening for Forge. I mean, but like you said, the zones is their strong suit, and it is a counter pick scenario, so Clams is still on the table for Octo-Express, and possibly a map that is better suited for their comp. But I do think that LDE Forge is becoming very privy to the little tricks and schemes that Octo-Express is known to do. So,
well, the thing is, winning game 1 in a best-of-5 counter pick means you have home field advantage throughout. All you have to do is win on your counter picks now, and you win the set. Mm-hmm. So all you got to do is just say, okay, let's not counter pick Clam Blitz against this team. Let's try tower control a little bit next. But also, if you win this next game, LDE Forge, you pretty much just won the whole tournament, because then you can just go back to splat zones on a counter pick if you wanted to. And I'm not saying Octo-Express can't win on splat zones. Obviously, they've already beaten this team in the last set on splat zones. But it makes counter picking a little bit more easier for the Forge team if they can go back to some of their more comfort picks a little bit earlier. So this is a must-win. Well, not statistically a must-win. We can lose this one, actually, and still not be eliminated from the tournament. Yeah, I get that. But, like, in theory, if you don't win this one as Octo-Express, you're pretty much done at this point.
I mean, you've seen enough of these bracket resets to understand, like, the trend of what happened and such.
I've seen too many of these damn things.
You've seen way too many.
Yeah.
Your Sundays every month have been filled with bracket resets, and frankly, you're sick of it. But we're going back to Rainmaker Undertow here. It's another rematch. So
here we go. Now these two teams didn't play here against each other. They did a humpback. But this was the Game 5 win for Octo-Express over Industry Plant.
Perfect. Yeah.
So this is they're going with Rainmaker right now instead of going with Flame Blitz right off the bat. Usually we've seen them go with Rainmaker a little bit later. Maybe to me that suggests that they recognize they have to absolutely win this counter pick because they lost like the neutral game 1. So maybe they're going with like what they feel absolutely the most comfortable with right off the bat and save Flame Blitz for a little bit later in the set.
Yeah.
But I mean, did they win this one against a different team that was using Charger? Yes. But they barely did it. It just came down to the fact that they cleared the checkpoint and the other team didn't. really.
I mean, this is the stalemate map of all time, so we'll see if they're able to push through. And I mean, the last time we saw them on this map, we saw Octo-Express on this map, excuse me, was just the difference between a few points, I believe. Nobody really pushed it far past the checkpoint. So I'm curious to see if we're going to be able to get people in through that checkpoint, if we're going to have, or maybe even just like a landslide victory. Because, I mean, Octo-Express, they're quite good and they know what they're doing, but also we know what LDE Forge is good at as well, and they are very good at just being a stable team. So, I mean, we're going to get right into it. Game 2 of the bracket reset.
Are we going to see any kind of shenanigans that we haven't seen up to this point? The answer is no. Still Splatling versus Splatling matchup. Still yellow. Not on the roller, I guess, is kind of notable, but they are on the splatter shot with the Ink Zukas. Opening pot goes to LDE Forge as they're trying to start pushing up along that left side, maybe try to get a splatter too before Red grabs that Rainmaker. They grab it anyways. They're trying to force something that just isn't there. Unless it is, they get the splats along the way. Hello. The door's being bust wide open right here, but they're still saved. Yellow slows it down at least for now, but that still should be the touchdown.
Beautiful push from the side of LDE Forge. It was basically just like, we're knocking on the door and now you have to deal with us. We did really open up that, we opened up that checkpoint, unfortunately, but 3 do go down in the fray here, so Neatboy is gonna have to grab Rainmaker. I don't think that they are the preferred individual to be grabbing the Rainmaker at this moment, but we have seen them do some magic before on this Rainmaker. Like we saw with the Humpback game, and the Zuka out of nowhere is going to absolutely slap people from Octo-Express in the face. We're going on that haunted right side check all the way down to 64 points, unable to properly break the checkpoint though.
Now, I haven't been looking at their build, but if I know Swoosh plays, they probably have a lot of swim speed. So maybe they were thinking like, oh, I can just run past to get to that checkpoint. And they almost did. There just wasn't any ink to where they kind of like did a backflip onto. So they just couldn't go get it. So I like the idea. It just kind of just slightly lacking a little bit of paint. Otherwise, they would have put that checkpoint right there. Regardless, 3 minutes, 15 seconds, tons of time left on the clock here. Forge being stuck playing defense for a little bit now. Looks like they can have an opportunity to start pushing up, considering they took out the enemy lane.
Yep, and we are getting back into the fray. We are grabbing the Rainmaker, getting canceled almost immediately. LDE Forge 2 down. However, they do have a zip caster at the ready for when the team is back up and running here, able to make something happen. But it just seems like a game of cat and mouse. We're just not really, we're just playing with each other. We aren't really like grabbing the Rainmaker and pushing it forward here. We're going to see it reset back to mid here. Zuka is going to come out. Not quite able to find anybody just yet, unfortunately, and we are going to be opting for the left side of the zone, but oh my goodness, with 3 going down and just TK alive and a flank about to happen, this may be the opportunity that they needed to get forward.
Are they going to get this checkpoint, though? They do. Now, Octo-Express just has to pop it and move a little bit forward. That's not going to be an opportunity for them to do this now. Nicely cleaned up there by LDE Forge, but still, we are tied as far as checkpoint is concerned, and if you're Forge, this isn't a good situation you want to be in. You want to add the lead. If you want to get some quick points, the right is the option, but if you want to find a way to get a KO, it might be better to bleed some more time off the clock and go to the left. Of course, as long as you just sit in mid, holding that Rainmaker saying, splat me, splat me, splat me, eventually somebody will splat you.
If the opportunity is there and you keep saying, come splat me, it's going to happen eventually, like you said, but we're just 1 point away from a lead swap. So, I mean, Octo-Express, I feel like I would like to have a more comfortable lead, even if we are able to get, if we're able to push it through left side, I think that's what they would prefer to do, so that's what they're going to be doing. We are seeing a hammer at the ready, unfortunately getting absolutely canceled, and once again, 3 go down, and the lead does swap, but only by 1 point.
The Zipcaster came out and hockey checked that player, but it didn't get there just in time. It's still a funny way to splat the Rainmaker, but 1 point down. Even now, still lead technically in Octo-Express's favor right now, yes. But it's It's a 1-point lead. It's not much. They need to get a home run push going right here. And even if they don't add to really bleed time off the clock, but they are going to add some points right here, and that is a substantial push. And it should be the end of it. But I forgot this brush is still a thing. They're going to pick... Oh, no! They're not going to pick up the Rainmaker with the crack. The problem is they're still back here in a very annoying spot, so they're going to have to deal with the brush first. And while they're turning around to deal with the brush, here comes the sploosh crashing down on top of them as well. Octo-Express looking really good right now, trying to tie up the set at one apiece.
Unfortunately, Octo-Express went down by 3, and so 3 of them are respawning as we speak. We only see one individual from the side of Octo-Express on the left side to be able to be some form of defense. 3 go down suddenly. Meat Boy on the side of LDE Forge, and that is game 2 to going to Octo-Express.
There you go. You win on your counter pick. It wasn't easy, but eventually you find the right kind of pathway that opens up for you. You get the splats, and then you Rainmaker the opponent. Aha. I have the Rainmaker and more players alive at the moment that you do not. Therefore, I win. So we are moving on to game 3 here. And this is the situation that Octo-Express finds themselves in. They have to win on an LDE Forge counter pick, which they did on a previous set. They Forge did counter pick Clam Blitz at Barkle and Dime, and Octo-Express won on it. So this Forge here, who can't go to Mahi Zones because Zones is their most recent win, do they dodge Clam Blitz this time around and opt to go with a tower control pick? Maybe, actually, they haven't really made too many counter picks all day long. And I kind of think about it because they've been kind of winning most of their ones. What did they... I'm going to look back over their counter picks here. What do you thought?
Got it. Yeah, so I feel like they're probably going to go with a tower control map, but I mean, I just want to give kudos to Meat Boy's hammer throw towards the end. I see chat going a little crazy over that hammer throw. It was an orbital hammer throw, and I mean, nobody's surprised it's Tower Hagglefish. I mean, it's basically the baseline map when you don't want a lot of flanks happening. You want to be a little bit more linear. You want the game to go on your terms instead of on someone else's terms. And that's exactly what I thought would happen. But I mean, I'm trying to figure out how Octo-Express is going to counter this. We have seen them on tower control before. I can't particularly remember whether or not they've won on those tower control maps, however, but I mean, this is the map mode for LDE Forge that they want to be on. So, I mean, like you said, the real test is whether or not Octo-Express is going to be able to win this match.
Now, there hasn't been a lot of counter picks being made by LDE Forge in the course of this tournament, but this is the first time they have picked tower control.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think it comes down to we don't want to go back to Clam Blitz against this team, and we can't legally go back to Splat Zones yet. So let's see if we can make this tower control thing kind of work here on a map that we feel comfortable on in general.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're Octo-Express and you're looking to find a way to win on the other team's counter pick, this might be your best opportunity to do so. Because if Forge wins here, then if it goes to a game 5, they can just go back to Splat Zones, which is an automatic win, but is still a situation where LDE Forge is going to feel comfortable in. So, these counter pick things, you just got to think about it over the course of the set, how it's all going to play out.
I mean, it's going to be quite difficult for Octo-Express. They have this, even though they have a win under their belt, it's still an uphill battle because the set is going to be won by LDE Forge if they can't do anything about it. So we are seeing the return of the Hammer Luna from the side of Octo-Express. I don't recall if it went too well. I think I prefer seeing Meat Boy on the sploosh, frankly, but I remember now, last time on this map we saw an arrow spray come out. I missed that.
We did for zones.
Yes.
And then we've seen them we saw them use the Hammer Luna. This one is the Zipcaster Luna that they're using here this time around. So we'll see how that works out. And by the way, there's no brush. This is the T-Tac, which has been an absolute annoyance to deal with for LDE Forge is that brush. So now they're saying, okay, good. You want a weapon that's going to spam ink strikes. we're not exactly thrilled to be going up against Eek Strike, so we at least assume you're going to be in front of us this time instead of flanking us all day long.
For sure. They can probably sleep well at night knowing that we won't get as many flanks. We are seeing the roller from the side of Octo-Express trying to just kind of slaughter whoever was on the tower. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out too hot. The heavy edit is pushed up quite far for the side of Octo-Express. They are very much frontlining this game here, trying to catch somebody out. But I mean, with the tactical, or you can do that type of play and have it work out just fine. Meat Boy is kind of caught out here, unfortunately. It just feels like Octo-Express, they're not really cohesive right now. They're coming in at different times and separately, and we really want to see them do a cohesive push that we can all push in at the same time and make sure that things go well. But unfortunately, 3 go down from both sides. Meat Boy is taking advantage of that, trying to make sure that top left is cleared out. We just want to confirm that there's nobody on our side that shouldn't be there. But I mean, LDE Forge, they pushed it all the way to 43, which is a formidable lead.
That's an important 1v1 win there for Meat Boy. Yeah, I have the high ground Anakin, but I have the ledge camping ability, Obi-Wan's. So that works out into my favor, right? So they don't win that one. I think that the T-Tech that just spawned back in, or the Slider that just spawned back in, jumps into that area, and the push continues to forward. Long story short to say, the push is still continuing to forge anyways, because Octo-Express wasn't able to get control of mid off of this scenario, and now they're going to be taking a stab. Fox is going to be holding down on this right side. If they can find somebody to get on top there along the left, they'll have the perfect kind of positioning, textbook positioning to deal with everything's going to be thrown their way from Octo-Express. 2 more players going down from Express. Meat Boy getting traded out. That's going to work into Forge's favor as they are now approaching that 3rd checkpoint. Here comes Yellow, 1 player at a time. This time, Yellow able to win the fight and should be the stop to the push right here, but still damage done. 23 remaining. Only 2 minutes left to work with, and a huge 2 checkpoint lead for Forge.
For sure. I mean, a very strong showing from Forge here about how they were able to cycle through that tower. Even when 2 went down and the tower riders were down, we just need to be able to cycle people through safely. And I mean, that roller was the perfect person to be able to come slap whoever was on the tower to cancel that going out. But we are seeing the reverse push here from Octo-Express. We are trying to creep towards the first checkpoint here. Unable to really make it. We are seeing the map be more blue than orange. And so, I mean, there's just not as much ink to work with as you really want to. And I mean, if I were LDE Forge, I'd be, you know, taking a little chill pill right now. I'd be like, okay, we got this in the bag. There's 1 minute left, but let's still stay on our toes in the event that something may happen.
I would make sure we get that Booyah Bomb ready to go, just like a special that stops them down. And you know what? You know what I wouldn't do? I wouldn't get wiped. Clearly a rookie mistake. Losing 3 players is, although they did have Soda, so the Forge team is right back, and they got Zipcaster and Zuka ready to go. The problem is 50 seconds. There's plenty of time here for Octo-Express to take a very long push and get this lead back, chipping away, but they can't lose control of the tower during this point. Yellow starting to push up, gets a nice splat, and all of a sudden there's just 1 player left alive on the side of Forge. It's Red on the splat lane. They're getting attacked right now by Meat Boy's Zipcaster. They get taken out, and nobody is going to be coming in. Red, Meat Boy seem to be staying alive on top of that. Can they hold into this tower? 2 more players going down. It is all going into Octo-Express's favor. They cleared the checkpoint. Can they get the lead right here? They're just 1 point away. Critters can be jumping onto the tower. They have to win the white against Red. They still can't get on. Everybody's jumping on. How do they hold on to that? LDE Forge barely weathers the storm and stops the snowball rolling down the hill. They escape game 3.
Absolutely textbook scramble. Huge mess on the tower in the last ditch effort. I mean, last ditch effort Forge really went into play there, trying to prevent whoever was on the tower to get off the tower. We saw people jumping in. We saw just a slaughter on the tower. And oh my goodness, it really squeaked through for LDE Forge, and that was their counter pick. So it was textbook to how they wanted the match to go, but oh my goodness, was that close.
I think we just saw how the tournament ends right there. Like, can we just, whatever game 5 happens, if we go to a game 5, Sam, can you fix it to where when we edit this video afterwards, that game 3 gets put in that game 5 place, and you think that was the end of the tournament? Like, that's an awesome way to end a tournament if it came down to it. But that was just game 3, and that's just Forge winning on their own counter pick, which they're supposed to do anyways. So here we go on to game 4. And oh my gosh, if Octo-Express is some fun way to end that one. You'd have to go back and watch it to figure out just like what went wrong at the end, because everything was just going right at the perfect time. But now Octo-Express has to somehow mentally put that all behind them and focus on this counter pick, which is a statistical must-win at this point if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive.
And we are seeing the return of Clam Blitz. We're going to Scorch Gorge here, and perfect for Octo-Express. This is an absolute textbook counter pick for them. I mean, we saw them win on this map mode before. I'm not too sure if it was, I don't think it was against this team in particular, but I mean, after that win from LDE Forge, you really just got to keep your mental up if you're Octo-Express. You have to be like, okay, this is still winnable. We can still do this. This is our map. We can take it to a game 5. You just got to keep that mentality up, because that was such a devastating, just 1-point loss.
And of course, you got to go to Clam Blitz here. I don't think you have really other choice. You can't do Rainmaker. You've lost on Splat, Sense, and Tower Control. You've been really good on Clam Blitz. At least as far as we've been seeing on stream. This is your best chance to get a win here, Scorch Gorge. And then you worry about game 5 when we get to game 5. Right now, you just got to find a way to get the win. Potential tournament ending match right here. If it goes into LDE Forge's good favor, the tournament will be over. If not, we're going to a game 5. The tried and true Sploosh Octo Brush with Kraken is going to be used here. No surprises coming out from the side of LDE Forge is good.
We know what works for LDE Forge, and that is an LDE Forge. But we are seeing the members of Octo-Express returning to the weapons that we kind of know them. We see Shinigami back on the brush. We see Meat Boy back on the Sploosh here. We're kind of going back to the picks that we know work. And it's that aggressiveness that we really want. We really just need to keep that pain up, unfortunately. And that's going to be a tough job for Critter to keep that pain up against, you know, a shot and a heavy edit from the side of LDE Forge. But I mean, it's working out. We're throwing everything possible at the basket here. We haven't yet scored. There's still people in front of our face preventing us from moving forward a little bit, but we do have the Tacticooler out and the possibility of getting 2 power claims in the basket with that supercharged super jump out from the Tacticooler, and we're still going.
They are, and because they did that jump out right there, they're able to gather some more clams and make it back in time. Yeah, this could be a KO situation, actually, because Meat Boy and the Brush are doing a fantastic job of getting the splats when necessary. Finally, the Forge. This is a good push, but you never want to get wiped out during a push. And that all those players get splatted right at the same time opens up the door for an immediate counter pick. Look how quickly Forge runs right back in here. If they get a few splats on top of this, they could steal the lead right back so quickly.
And we're seeing another wipeout scenario from Octo-Express, and that is absolutely not what you want seeing. I feel like they probably had the ability to make something happen, but we really didn't want to go down there. We're seeing the super jump come in with the power claim. We just need one little clam to make a lead swap happen, but with 2 going down and just the Forge Pro having a clam, it's very textbook. There is another wipeout, and it is basically a tie, but just barely.
If you want another example as to why you don't want to get wiped out, that was it. 21 points remaining in the opening push, and they almost lost lead anyways. Getting wiped out during the push is the worst thing you could possibly do. And now they pop the basket, get nothing out of it. I mean, you saw Meat Boy there being very patient, waiting for an opportunity to strike, but all they accomplished right there was give another Mercy Clam to Forge. And 29 points remaining as like a penalty points is a lot, yes. But the problem is as soon as the penalty points are gone, it's going to be lead for Forge. So it's really just 40 points, 2 power clams, and then one additional single clam, and the lead is in Forge's favor. This is not a comfortable lead at all for Octo-Express.
Honestly, a really, really nail-biting performance from LDE. Well, because, I mean, it was pretty much at the beginning almost a knockout scenario, but with those 2 wipes, we were able to get back into the fray. And like you said, this is why you shouldn't wipe, even if you don't have a choice. But 3 go down from Octo-Express. Unfortunately, we are like going very quickly towards the basket. We are going to try our best to throw everything but the kitchen sink into this basket here, but I mean, Octo-Express is doing their hardest to prevent that from happening, and it's just death by 1,000 paper cuts right now. The penalty is the same.
The 2 power clams would be enough to get the lead right now, but thinking about Octo-Express, they got to be finding ways. Okay, can we get a KO around here somewhere? Because now we have a couple of mercy clams we can work with. Beat Boy can pop the basket right here, but you want to make sure you have everything lined up before you just do that. They slipped through defensively, but the player who did that didn't have any resources in, so yet another opportunity. They're not going to be an extra mercy claim. They're not going to pick up the one that's already at basket. Makes sense. You already kind of got some stuff that you need right here. You don't need to be juggling 3 balls at this point, but still. Ooh, this is nerve-wracking. Octo-Express barely hanging on to this lead they desperately need to extend this tournament.
I'm on the edge of my seat right here. I mean, it's got to be a little bit disheartening knowing that LD is doing so well at this counter pick that you thought you would have in the bag, but oh my goodness, it is neck and neck with only 30 seconds left. But look at the clam economy on the side of Octo-Express. Are you seeing this? They have every single clam on the planet in their repertoire.
That's
wipeout.
That's it.
Oh no!
They got a little bit too greedy right there, and I think they're going to get punished for it. And with overtime too, there is the clam. They're going to be scratching their heads wondering, why did we make that push right there? And Forge says, thank you. But it's not over yet. Oh, now they get wiped out on top of it. Is Octo-Express going to come back from this? Critters just rushed right in. The basket's not closed. No, the basket's not closed. Oh, bless their heart. They threw it a bit too early.
Oh, that is crushing.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. Octo-Express couldn't quite get it clutched out at the end, and Forge. LDE Forge is good. I don't know about that statement, but as far as Loic is concerned, they get the win. Somehow, they escape the tournament with the dub.
Absolutely heartbreaking final moments of that match. Oh my gosh. Just the 3 people were jumping in on that person. It is just, I mean, I can't even blame Octo-Express at all. They played through the entirety of losers bracket all day. I mean, I would have done the exact same thing if I were in their position.
Oh yeah, it's so easy to kind of look at this and say, why did they even push to begin with right there? Like, why do they have all 4 players right there? Now, I get they're going for the KO, but as soon as they got wiped out, I think they got wiped out on every push that they made, which is ultimately why they lost. If they just like cut their loss and say, hey, we got a huge lead here, let's back up, let's control mid, and let's make them have like a fight through that. Every big push that Forge had was just a free straight shot to the basket. And even with all that, Octo-Express had an opportunity, and if they waited for the basket to close, I don't know if they won or not, but at the end of the day, it just kind of comes down to who blinks in these kind of pressure scenarios. Because let's be real, are there more difficult tournaments than Loic? Of course there are. This tournament has a skill cap. Is there this much pressure that you face in a tournament other than Loic? No, there's not. Like the heart rate you get in a tournament like this is something you can't really replicate in other tournaments until you get to like bigger stages and things like that. So it's hard to make the right kind of decision in those moments. But Octo-Express came so close, but the clutch factor in Forge and the luck factor played a role in that bracket reset and they get the dub.
I mean, huge congratulations to our August 2025 winners of Low Ink. Last Ditch Effort Forge is good, and I think that truly settles the debate of whether Last Ditch Effort Forge is
No, it
good.
doesn't.
We agreed on this earlier, didn't we?
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
I asked if we could agree that if you win Low Ink with this, it doesn't mean Forge is good. And you said something about like me making decisions or something. I forget what you said. But
I just yap sometimes.
that's fine.
I mean,
that's what we're
my
paying
role
to
is my role here is kind of to yap, but I mean, honestly, I just want to throw it back to the other team. They fantastic job. Octo-Express did such a fantastic job clawing their way through losers bracket after losing round 1 and gutting all the way to the bracket reset in a nail-biting finish. Fantastic job to everybody that participated.
And it's time for us to start wrapping this up so that we can let everybody kind of breathe over that awesome grand finals that we just saw. I've talked about stages bigger than this. There is, well, obviously there's Riptide coming up, which is a literal stage that's going to be pretty massive. After Riptide, though, Super Jump number 6 is going to take place on September 20th through 21st. If you were to go to start.gg/SJ, you can sign up for Super Jump then and there. It is a tournament that is a major, yes, but if you are a low team, there is value in playing in this tournament. There is a bracket designed specifically for players of all skill levels to take advantage of, and it is something you guys should definitely take advantage of and play in. For all of us here at IPL, myself, Brush, and Hoenn here will be head TOs for this event. Honestly, Strings might as well be a head TO for this event at this point, is how they locked down yesterday, along with the rest of the Low Ink staff that took care of things. The fabulous verification staff that we have. Of course, our lovely and talented streamer, Sam, operating things behind the camera. And a big shout out to Nell as well, because you're right here, right?
I did.
Where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter or Blue Sky at Nellfire with a 1, and on Twitch, Nellfire with a 1, if you want to hear my bad opinions about metal music and horror movies and Splatoon. Where can we find you, Mr. Popgun?
You can find me mowing my yard, which is what I'm going to be doing about an hour from now after it cools out. Otherwise, you can find me here tomorrow on the IPL channel, recapping everything that you just saw on the Popcast, 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. With that being said, we will see you next month. Enjoy Riptide for those of you that are going. Oh, if you're going to Riptide and people have been asking me about those Low Ink certificates, I do have some extra ones from last year. So if you're going to Riptide and you want a Low Ink ban certificate and you are actually banned from Low Ink, come find me. I'll make sure you get that. And congratulations once again. Last Ditch Effort Forge is good. Is a name of a team that has won Low Ink this month, and it's not an actual statement, but congratulations to them. And we're going to wrap it up here. GG's, good night.